Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
In the name of Allah, and peace be upon His Prophet, Mr. Secretary General of the Ministry of Industry and the Assistant Secretary General of UfM, the Secretary General Assistant or tasked with energy and environment, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the different ministerial sectors, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of economic institutions, and ladies and gentlemen, representative of the academic society, and ladies and gentlemen, representative of the civil society, members of the press. Peace be upon you all and welcome. Algeria is honored to host this regional workshop on promoting green economy, which adopted the slogan, how to promote the role of green economy in sustainable development and regional integration, with the support from GIZ, the German agency. And before we begin in our proceedings, I call upon you to stand up and listen to the Algerian hymn. This workshop is inscribed within the what the UPM is organizing in the service of development in the Mediterranean region and aims at to discuss the role that green economy can play in economic development and promoting regional integration and contributing in mitigating the impact of climate change, shed light on the best practices in better benefiting from the potential of the green economy in the region as a whole by adopting a legislative framework and building capacities and expertise. In this context, this meeting has an agenda built on 3 axes. The first one titled the Green Economy as a drive for sustainable development, and it will debate the role of green economy in rebuilding, better rebuilding in order to achieve a sustainable green economy, and will contribute in creating jobs and bridging the developmental gap. It will be moderated by an expert in climate and green economy with experts from the field. After the break, the second panel will be entitled Green Economy as a Catalyst of Regional Integration, and it will discuss the great opportunities created by the green transition in terms of strengthening regional integration, such as the great potential of green hydrogen. So this panel will be moderated by Madam Hind Mghayeth, the head of the project Social Development and Economic Development in Business Med in Tunisia. The third panel will be after the lunch break, and it's entitled How to Liberate the Full Potential of Green Economy, which will discuss the required conditions to exploit the potential of the green economy, including the appropriate judicial framework and partnership between the public and private sectors, as well as innovation in order to reduce costs. It will be moderated by Kamal Jamoui, a specialist in climate negotiations. For now, I call upon the Secretary General Salah Eddin Belbrik of the Ministry of Industry to deliver his opening remarks. Sir, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much. In the name of Allah, and peace be upon his prophet, Mr. Mu'taz Ibadi, the Assistant Secretary General of the UPM, tasked with water and green economy, Mr. Rabinis, the Secretary General of the UPM, tasked with energy and climate issues, guests of Algeria, representatives of the ministerial sectors, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the academic society, ladies and gentlemen, members of the national press, dear audience, peace be upon you all. Greetings to all participants in persons and those who are following us online. Each with their title, and on behalf of the Minister of the Industry, Ahmed Zardar, and on behalf of myself, I am honored with your participation and in the opening of this regional workshop on promoting green economy, which you picked the title to it, which is at the same time a question with many meaning, how to strengthen the role of green economy in sustainable development and regional integration. This initiative is a testament to the great import that the Mediterranean countries accord to green economy, not as a concept, a modern concept, but as a key element in sustainable development and regional integration. And on this basis, we were very glad and welcomed the idea that was an initiative and played a key part in its organization, UfM, by organizing this regional workshop, and our efforts, joint efforts, us and our partners, in order to make this event success by not only for its aspects related to green industries, but because it is in line with the government's plan built upon communicating with the regional and foreign stakeholders to build bridges of partnerships and exchanging expertise by closely following what has been achieved in the field and what will be debated during this workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, the importance we accord to green economy makes this subject at the heart of rebuilding the economy and reorganizing its structure, and not only on the outside, but the basis itself. That's why today we are talking about green water, about this water produced by using green energies such as solar or wind. It's produced by from seawater by using renewable energy, or green water produced by treating used water, which constitutes a national stock, almost 2 billion cubic meters. And we are talking today about green hydrogen that we will produce from green sources, such as renewable energies, and green hydrogen, such as especially solar and wind and algae. And here in Algeria, we bet on new sectors in green industries, such as green economy, which promotes biodiversity and creates added value and enables transition to green chemistry. So we can produce energy products from the cultivating algae. That's why when we're talking about green carbon, we are discussing promising projects that reuses carbon, which will create green jobs within these projects. Green projects, promising projects that will be building the circular economy. This is just a sample of, from a greater point of view, that we are working on in order to transition into the green development, green economy, circular economy from the concepts into the field in order to create a national integrated promising market which you participate into and that we accompany you with. Ladies and gentlemen, in the context of implementing the government's plan, our ministry is intensifying its activities at a large scale in order to build the basis of the transition to green industries and enacting the directives of the President of the Republic. And we are working through a promising strategy that seeks to support sustainability by relying on digitization and projects driven by the youth in green industries and climate issues and biotechnology and the interest we accord as well to entrepreneurship by creating opportunities and creating added value. The green economy in the UN agenda is seen as this economy that produces an improvement in the welfare and social equity, but at the same time reduces and mitigates the environment risks and the scarcity of resources. And we look at green economy in its basic concept as this economy that reduces carbon emissions and encompasses all age categories. And in this simple concept, it's this economy that has a small percentage of carbon emissions. And from this concept, all stakeholders are those who are actors in renewable energies, sustainable agriculture, recycling, and to reach these targets, Algeria has enacted a work plan summarized in optimizing energy and supporting local industries and all in going towards forbidding importing the electronics with large electricity consumption, as well as adopting a plan transport by using liquefied gas and enacting a regulatory framework for hybrid and electric cars, supporting and accompanying 50 investment projects for industrial units in order to improve their energy use. And within the line of the project, 15,000 megawatt. In its first step, the project's solar 1,000 megawatts targeting local and foreign investors, which is in creating a solar plant with a capacity of 1,000 megawatts over the Algerian territory. And in parallel with the national project of with a prospective view built on the these basis, the government is promoting the production of heat and energy from renewable energy, such as the geothermal energies in order to produce energy at low cost for the kilowatt per hour, and reducing the cost and cost of the consumption, energy consumption on the national level. And in parallel to everything I have stated, our ministry, and in coordination with stakeholders, we are working on creating a supporting environment for by adopting a new investment law which encourages the local energy, green industries, and promote it to reach international standards.
الروافع التقنية والتنظيمية والمالية
By enacting the required frameworks in order to benefit from renewable energies and achieve optimized energies. And Algeria is working on developing green hydrogen because it is aware that hydrogen is a future source of energy that comes next to heat and electricity as well. And storing all of these energies because they are produced outside cities, so far from the power grid. So that's why we find that hydrogen in the integration efforts will contribute in the transition into green mining and green industries, and can contribute in finding newer resources such as ammonia, which is used at large scale in producing fertilizers, as well as other industries such as cleaning products and pesticides and other industries. And the world nowadays is producing green ammonia and the products to produce green ammonia. London, and the President of the Republic has announced that this year is an economic year by excellence, which has been enacted by creating the appropriate legislative framework in order to achieve this economic
التي نحن بصدد
launch, and we are working as well in Algeria on mechanisms in order to achieve optimized energy, such as the National Plan to Control Energy and the National Fund of Energies and Renewable Energies, FNMEFC, the National Agency for the use and optimizing the use of energy, as well as a local industry for heat
المتواجدة بكثرة في بلاد
isolators represents one of the main benefits to reduce costs and achieve large-scale sustainable energy. I hope I'm not quick. My pace is not too fast for the interpreters. I'm going to slow down a little bit. I will continue to enact optimized lighting, as well as solar heaters, especially in schools and mosques, and creating the appropriate conditions for the use of solar energy. For the transport sector, our plan aims at promoting less polluting fuel, with the aim to provide the national market with fuel appropriate fuels which will enable operations that will reduce the use of benzene and
بالنسبة لقطاع الصناعة
gasoline and diesel. So this plan encourages industrial operators in a way that promotes the optimized use of energy, and that the sector will benefit from helping making decisions. And the fund will finance 70% of the cost of these studies that will participate or contribute to this targets, and as well as supporting investments with a rate of 30% in all projects that contribute in reducing the cost of energy use. And we the 2023 will be the year to promote for the success of these efforts that took us years, but the outcomes will enable us all to achieve these projects, renewable energy products. And in conclusion, I would like to thank the Union for Maghreb and Mediterranean to give us this space that will enable and to share points of view between all stakeholders in green economy and sustainable development in our region, in the Mediterranean region, which the experts classify as the most impacted by climate change. And I reiterate my thanks to the experts and academic researchers and our guests from abroad and the students and everyone interested and stakeholders from the civil society for participating in this workshop. And the hope is that the outcomes of this workshop will enrich all efforts exerted in order to achieve sustainable development. Thank you for your kind attention, and peace be upon you all.
شكرا سيدي. أدعو.
Thank you, sir. And I call Mu'taz Al-Abadi, the Assistant Secretary General in charge of issues of water and green economy, to deliver his opening remarks. Sir, the floor is yours. Peace be upon you all. The Secretary General Salahuddin Bilbouek, ladies and gentlemen, dear audience, at the outset, I would like to express my gratitude and the honor I feel as the, on behalf of the Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, who had prior commitments and was unable to attend this workshop. And I would like to express my joy to be here in my second country, Algeria, in order to open for the opening session of this workshop on promoting green economy under the auspices of the Ministry of Industry, which I thank for the support it provided in the preparation for this meeting and its success. And I would like to thank as well the agency, the German agency GIZ, for the support it provided for this important meeting. I would like as well to reiterate my thanks to all my colleagues present here in person from the member states of the Union, as well as local and international organizations represented here. And I can see here my dear friend and as my predecessor has stated, this meeting will enable us to debate an important subject, which is green economy and the role it plays in achieving sustainable development in the region and the world, and the role it plays in promoting regional integration in the energy, especially when regarding renewable and clean energies. The participants, experts in the field of green energy, will discuss the importance of this economic sector by who creates job opportunities and which will contribute in mitigating the impact of unemployment, especially for the youth and women in our region, who face a challenge in bridging the developmental gap among the states of the region, as well as the importance of the green economy as a mechanism to strengthen regional integration because of the latent potential in the southern countries in producing renewable energies and the increased demand on them in the context of the energy transition to reach zero net emissions, and completely liberating the latent potential of green economy. We need to provide the appropriate conditions that our institution, the union, works to provide by improving the business climate through legislation, appropriate legislation, encouraging innovation, green skills, the appropriate financing, and other requirements which will be the subject of debate and recommendations from this meeting. And this workshop comes at an appropriate time after the COP that was held in Sharm el-Sheikh, which the Union for the Mediterranean has played an important role in partnership with PRIMA and the UN Organization for Environment and other partnerships from the region. And this initiative, first of its kind, was an opportunity to shed light on the importance of coordinating policies that aim at fighting global warming in the region, including the work underway through a futuristic outlook in the fields of green and blue and circular economies. And as a reminder, the Mediterranean region is one of the regions most impacted by by climate change, where you have seen the impact of the climate change or the region without exception, which you've seen floods, drought, scarcity, water scarcity, and aware in our union of the gravity of the situation and its transnational nature, we worked through our platform continuously to intensify efforts and regional partnerships in order to fight for the future of the common regions. And as an example, there are these ministerial meetings regarding a blue economy that were held in February 2023 and in Lisbon as well after that, as well as the meeting in Cairo, October 2021. And if you heard the cities, you will know that we accord import to the cities from the southern side of the Mediterranean, because these efforts, through these efforts, we are attempting to make the youth a partner in these efforts as well. These meetings, the latest ministerial meeting adopted the 2030 agenda, which is built on circular and green economies, as well as the ministerial declaration, which stated the importance of promoting regional cooperation, exchanging knowledge, green financing, raising environmental awareness, and recovering biodiversity, and other important issues that will enable an agenda for transition to a green transition. The Union for the Mediterranean has committed to this transition since 2014 on the occasion of the ministerial meeting for the Union on Environment and Climate Change. And from that time, the Union has been able to support and the approach built on sustainable production and consumption through regional programs such as Switch Mid, Mid and Green Growth and INIMED in order to provide technical support and technical expertise in priority sectors such as sustainable tourism and so on. And in general, green economy and circular economies are protection for the environment and sustainable development, which are priorities for the Union, as the closing statement of the that was read in November 2020, and it is something that has been reiterated through the interventions of foreign ministers and heads of delegations during the regional forum in November 2022, which agreed on the gravity of the situation and climate change and how we need to face it urgently. And in this context, I would like to thank the German Development Agency, GIZ, and my colleagues in the Union for their support and their work hand in hand with other stakeholders in order to localize this expertise in the region. GIZ has supported a report on blue economy, and it will support another report on green and circular economies that will be ready by the end of 2023 as a reference regional report, which will be available to all experts. Ladies and gentlemen, hosting this workshop by Algeria, represented by the Ministry of Industry, is a testament to the paramount importance that Algeria accords to the sustainable development and especially developing green economies, as well as the vital relationship between the Union and Algeria as a key player in the region. And here I would be amiss if I wouldn't talk about the participation of Algeria in the activities of the Union, be it on the level of ministerial meetings or on the technical levels, by organizing and providing platforms to debate the issues related to blue economy, environment, energy, and water. And I would like to thank them as well for providing an expert, Said, in the Union. Thank you, Said, for your efforts. And I would like as well to talk about the efforts that exerted by Algeria, as my predecessor has stated, enacting the political will in the country in order to reduce greenhouse emissions, in order to participate in the fight against climate change by promoting alternative energies and renewable energies, and improve and optimize energy use through, for instance, Solar 1000, which aims at increasing the contribution of renewable energy in the system to 30% by 2030. All these subjects will be at the heart of the debates of this workshop, and we look forward to the outcomes of this workshop, which will enrich, without doubt, the agenda of the institution for the coming years. This is not the end of the work. This is but a beginning, and we await your comments, your recommendations in order to include them in our action plan. Let us reflect together for solutions for the future. And in conclusion, I wish you all success, and I am happy as a Palestinian being here in my second country, Algeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So I'd like to invite Mr. Mis'ad Mazian, the Director of Cooperation with the European Union and European Institution for the MAE and the foreign diaspora to give us his speech. May peace be upon you. In the name of God, most graceful, most merciful, Mr. Secretary General for the Ministry of Industry and Peace for the Mediterranean Union, and representative of the ministerial and dear audience, I would like under my speech in the name of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the internationals abroad to welcome our guests from the Union for the Mediterranean, and would like to thank them their participation in preparing this workshop, which tackles the role of green economy and sustainable development and regional. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs enjoyed the quality of the relationship.
Has helped in the organization of several technical events, such as in subjects similar to energy, green economy, women affairs. So they're organizing this workshop in the field of green economy as the Secretary General of the Ministry of Industry and the Secretary General for the Union of the Mediterranean in charge of issues of water and green economy is very important to Algeria because it's one of the priorities of the government which will lead, Allah willing, to create jobs as well as contribute in increasing the national GDP. And in conclusion, I would like to thank you for organizing this workshop, and I wish you all success. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. And without further ado, we open the proceedings, and I call to the podium the first panel, Mr. Lamin Qadi from the University of Mustaqanam, Mr. Graminos Mosrajini, the General Secretary Assistant for the Union for the Mediterranean, tasked with issues of energy and action for the climate, Mr. Karim Baba, the Director of the Environmental Policy at the Ministry of Environment, Ms. Nasima Rashdi, the Directors of Control and Energy at the Ministry of Environment, Mrs. Karima Qadatouati, the Head of the Association of Women in Green Economy. Ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you and welcome to this workshop.
I'm honored to participate to this panel and to be the moderator. So I'd like to congratulate the organizers for the Union for the Mediterranean as well as the Industry Ministry for holding this event with the theme of which is of actuality and represents challenges to Mediterranean countries. So a few words to introduce the panel, which is dedicated, like we said it from this morning, to the green economy. In terms of region integration in the Mediterranean, the importance of the green economy is not to be highlighted. So this concept was born a few decades ago. We even talked at the beginning of Green New Deal to characterize this concept, to define it. So its definition is nowadays more or less established and accepted. And it's a theme that's converging, which you cannot dissociate from the problem of climate change, from the loss of biodiversity, the limits for growth models that are observed, especially when it comes to capitalism, that do not integrate sufficiently all these challenges and all these stakes and its impact on economies and societies, and even the most developed economies and societies in terms of loss of GDP and cost of the inaction that comes to happen higher than the cost of action, and that was established several years ago in the Stern report. So this also comes up with national security and conflicts around the resources, especially water, especially for migration, and all this lead us to an imperative of transition, including us all. So the early so we're talking about energy transitioning, ecological transitioning, economic transitioning. These are attempts today. It's not only attempts, but also all the countries, the most developed countries, but also the emerging, the developing countries are working hard to find solutions, are striving to find solutions for these stakes. So today, the action in this framework is done mainly in the framework of international multilateral, especially for Paris Accord on climate, biodiversity. So during this week, there is a meeting of the COP15 in Canada that will develop a framework that would similar to the Paris Accord for biodiversity for 2030, and we have the Agenda 2030 about the objective ODDs, and all these international agreements have as a main objectives to decarbonize the economies and limit the irrational use of our resources, and to go through to or move to a sustainable growth for the whole world. And these are challenges, whether they are economical, social, or environmental, the capacities of which are not equal for a country to another, especially for developing countries and emerging countries. So the benefits, the advantages of the greening of economies, we're talking about the greening of economies are established today, so there is no doubt about it. There are a lot of studies that were done, that were carried out. So I'd like to invite you to refer to them in terms of employment creation through new branches, new sectors, such as renewable energies and efficient waste circular economy, which is an integral part of the green economy. All of this had sure benefits, but that would require a lot of prior work in terms of training, research, and capacity building. It also requires a lot of financing. So we're talking about green financing, which is the backbone of the green economy, and it's a topic, it's a true issue that's being raised, and to go through these transitions in a successful manner. So we see that in international negotiations, whether for climate or biodiversity, it's always a cornerstone in the negotiation, especially in terms of historic responsibility, as agreed in terms of common but differentiated responsibility and liabilities, as developed countries do not fulfill their commitments in terms of financing. And for me, it's a topic that's relevant to the green economy. We can talk about it without talking about financing and green financing in general. So beyond the states and organizations, So this issue is also involves non-state stakeholders, especially the private sector, civil society. So all these issues will be tackled by our great panelists I'm going to introduce in a couple of minutes. And of course, in the Mediterranean framework, the Union for the Mediterranean, it's a political organization that includes Mediterranean countries, because to start with Algeria and the Mediterranean basin is an important actor. Its role is rather prevalent in this region integration. It's playing as a growing important role in terms of energy integration, and there are other also players, actors that are important. So without being exhaustive, important actors such as the Center for the Mediterranean Integration of the World Bank that is based in Marseille in France, and so many businessmen, the European Union that play an important role, that have a lot of action projects in this field. But we're going like the UN system to a fragmentation of actors. So maybe within the UfM there should be, this should be made more coherent and target the stakes. So in the Mediterranean basin, it's characterized by its vulnerability. It's a hotspot for climate change, which is established by all the models, the simulations, and the reports insist on that. So these are major challenges to our countries, and to address and tackle the climate change, but as in terms of adaptation to climate change, which would require a lot of capacities, whether institutional or scientific and technical, as well as financial, especially in terms of cooperation. So the regional integration, this framework, these are work axes in terms of food security, which is a major stake for the Mediterranean in terms of water resources and agricultural production that needs to be adapting to this growing issue. So it's in summary, that's what could be said, the context in which this panel and this theme for the Ukraine economy comes to be debated. So the main challenge is to set up this transition with efficiency. And for me personally, it's always first the governance in terms of institutional framework that is relevant to tackle these challenges, the role that's the growing role of the participative democracy, but last but not least of the knowledge-based economy, because we cannot talk about green economy, but talking innovation and technology without talking about knowledge and training and capacity building at a large and national scale. So now allow me, please, to introduce the members of the panel. So we have with us today, we have the pleasure of having Mr. I'm so sorry. Mr. Mastroianni, who is a generally Deputy General Secretary, Assistant General Secretary for climate change within the Union for the Mediterranean. Mr. Garamenos Mastroianni, who is in charge within the Union for the Mediterranean of Energy and Climate Action. So, and I think it's a perfect person to speak in this panel. We also have we have Mr. Karim Baba, who comes from the Ministry of the Environment and Renewable Energy. He's the Director of Urban Environmental Policy. We also have Mrs. Karima Qadatwati, who is attending today, under the Association for the Women for the Green Economy, its chairperson. And Mrs. Rashdi, who comes from the Ministry for the Environment and Renewable Energy, who is in charge within this ministry for the energy mastery or control. So I'm gonna give the floor to, we wish to favor the interactivity, the exchange. So it's the debate with the audience, with you. And so I'd like the panelists to be brief so as to allow for an exchange time with the audience, with you. And I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Mastroianni to have the floor.
Okay.
Excellent.
Dear Excellency, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for this invitation.
Just be perfect.
So my presentation. So if I'm going to start the presentation with the prompter, that would be more practical. So you've already heard 4 times from this morning, since this morning, that the Mediterranean is a hotspot for climate change. So this assessment is based basically on 2 measures, 2 metrics. So maybe I'll need to
Okay.
So the Mediterranean region is the second in terms of global warming region worldwide. So there's another data, there's less treated. So the waters of the Mediterranean are the ones that are heating up the fast worldwide. So enough data worry about the impact, rather that are threatening, that could destabilize literally the region. And it's not a problem for just this region, it's a problem that involves the whole world, but for the Mediterranean, and very directly the interests of 3 continents, Asia, Europe, and Africa. So I might need to list the impact that are associated to these measures. So I'm going to mention only 3 of them just to give you a framework. So with the growing fast warming of so commercial species would tend to migrate to the south, and that's a matter just as issue in terms of transition. Second measure would be tackled more in depth by my colleague, that would 250 million people with a water problem that's going to happen pretty quickly. And the Mediterranean is one of the seas, the level are increasing the faster because of the thermal dilation. Just and even to admit by the end of the century, but by even though it's far away, 20 centimeters in 10, 15 years. But if we visualize 20 centimeters, that's not scary. Maybe we think about the fragility of some coast areas such as Venice, but the problem is not that water could cover land, but the problem is that salted water would penetrate like land, coastal land. Maybe my ancestors, the Romans, in their wisdom, more or less good, said that if we want to dominate someone, you needed to beat them at war. But if you want never to hear about them again, we need to spread salt on their fields. So salted water that would penetrate in the coastal lands would sterilize locations where more than 40 agricultural production of the region is happening. Maybe with areas that would be delicate. So if we think about the Nile Delta, it's the core of the food security that would have 150 inhabitants. An increase of 20 centimeters would salinize the Nile Delta. I could continue.
Disparaissent. Alors, je pourrais continuer.
So I'm going to continue with, but even if it came up with a whole list, considers this as a collection of threatening impacts, would be a mistake, because what's happening is way more serious and way more threatening, which means that climate change
Modifier complètement la distribution des intérêts et même les racines identitaires de notre région. Ça avance pas? Ah voilà, non. Cette carte.
So this map might remind you something that you might have met. Maybe Europe is an artificial creation. It's weird if we establish criteria through which identified the other continents, Europe should not exist. It's only like the western peak of Asia, because we want to be a continent, because we recognize a cultural unity. Something that is similar happens in the North Africa. It's North Africa, but with a different identity that is well related to the European identity. Because through history, we have this movement that our region, that made of our region, was the cradle of many civilizations. A role of history, but one that is fundamental, essential, which is a special climate that we enjoy. So it's a climate that allowed this region to be where the most important revolution, which is not that happened, it happened 10,000 years. It was agricultural revolution. At the moment where the humanity moved from passive use of ecosystem, of managing the ecosystem, and it happened here, not because more sapiens is smarter than anywhere else, but there were like ideal conditions, a sweet temperature. But what was special here is that this water body was stabilizing the climate and made of the ecosystem rather foreseeable, thanks to this body mass that absorbed the heat. And so we could foresee the climate. It's only when we know in which season it's going to rain that we could start to think about becoming manager for the territory. But now this role that blessed this region during thousands and thousands of years is turning around. So the Mediterranean, with such amount of energy, moves from a stability driver would be a chaos driver with all the disturbed seasons. And that's the true danger, because we'll be talking of water shortage, droughts. But if it's only about droughts and that we would go through drought, it's an investment that needs to be done, an investment that would be costly, but at least we would know what to do. But what is waiting us is more than just the unpredictability. We'll have like years of droughts that would followed by years of floods, and this would have a serious impact on economies. So the particular situation of Europe, and especially the southern, had another drive, which is that a pretty season is governed was governed by the periodical arrival of the Azor anticyclone that led to, but it's not the problem. But with climate change, what happens now is that this anticyclone is moved by African anticyclones. It's a drought problem, but it's also an identity problem and localization of interests. But now you have Europe that's divided in two by two climates that are differentiated. But if you agree with me that the idea that Europe would depend on its climate, so there are like climate, it's very abstract as a concept, but I'm going to give you a concrete example. Our region is the second worldwide in terms of warming speed, even though there are other regions, especially for the Arctic region, it comes with a lot of problems, but a lot of eventual, especially like the opening of maritime paths, especially to the northwest and northeast. But we're happy if people like us are facing this problem, and thus opportunities come to happen. But these maritime sea routes that have a 11 billion US, which means that the Suez Canal would represent nothing. So the role of the Mediterranean for international trade would be lost. But we have fragmentation because of climate change, but we have also a call for unity.
Cette diapo qui est
But this slide, which is impossible to interpret, with part of a sector, which means in this sector of agricultural without government intervention, the kind of cooperation between the south and north flank because we start be unified by the same climate, because species that are vital phytogenetic, plant genetic of the south flank is going to save the agriculture and the economies of the north, while in a very few years. But where are the converging point of two worst disasters caused by climate change? One that's current and the other one that's planned for the future. But before that, it is very dangerous in our region, because our region, in addition to being exposed to a lot of impact, is very asymmetrical. It's in a region of rich and people, those who can and cannot, those have and have nots. So this would refer to international exchanges in the Mediterranean region. 90% happens between the north flank and only 1.9 between the countries of the south
ces impacts qui
side. So these impacts from physical point are very threatening. So these are like instability factors, and the worst scenario even of conflict in a region that is asymmetric configuration. So like I told you, in our region is a converging point of worst dynamics. One that's current, which is a dynamic which is the largest that we have for climate destabilization, is the Sahel strip, where, let's say, so desertification for hunger, conflict, illegal trafficking, terrorist dynamics, and forced movements of displacement of population. So these people that are moving the inside of Africa would look forward to our region. For the future, we have the largest geostrategic threat. It's far from us, but only if we forget that the Roman Empire fell for internal issues, but by the arrival of the barbarians at the origin of people movement. So climate change, we're gonna reach in this region, we're expecting that the glaciers would collapse. So if they collapse, So the irrigation mechanism of all the plains will not be operational. So the glaciers would accumulate the excess of humidity of the season, of raining season, and distribute it gradually through a river network that would irrigate where more than 1 billion people live. So if this mechanism collapses, we're going to have the pressure of all Central Asia that would be reaching our area. My role is not Nostradamus. I'm not telling you about prophecies that is an unavoidable disaster, because as we know as it works, or we know it works. My conclusion is that the Mediterranean has an assessment of what's going to happen, but we think that we found the solution, and the solution could be summarized in a slogan and a motto: to go together we can, all together we can do that. It's not policy, it's not science. That nobody tells us, not even the strongest, has enough resources to face a crisis of such a scale and of such speed. But if we do a cultural operation, there are differences that have a sort of divided us, but the difference is a basket of diversity for solutions. And to start with something that was basic that was said, the European Union can decarbonize by 2050. I'm talking, but they're well aware of these quantitatively impossible, especially on the potential renewable of the south side, especially for solar energy, but the potential, the solar potential of the south side, only relying on local markets that are divided, would not be fragmented, that would not. So we need each other. It goes, it works in agriculture, it works in all fields. So I'd like to come to a conclusion, to a abstract field that is essential. You know, in climate negotiations, so it's been 23 years I'm a negotiator in the COP. So there's a chapter that is intense. So we're talking about technology transfer. It's big, and it's intense, because technology transfer is the generous donation of most developed countries to those countries that are not that advanced. Let's see the situation around the Mediterranean basin. So in 15 years, the territories of the South would have a climate that the South would know that for millenniums. But what's the technology? It's the last computer, it's the know-how, it's the management know-how. Who? So please get back, put back the slide. Who has all the know how to manage such a climate? It's not Europe. It would be like the south side. It's not in this region, but if you go Silk Road, you will see it's yapchal. It's a Persian word that means the fridge. It has a feature. Even if it's 55 degrees outside, inside it's a constant temperature. That's why the merchants would pay it like perishable goods between -4 and. So who needs who? We moved forward in this region with our statements, maybe political. We consider ourselves as more advanced, but here we move from the idea of transfer to the idea of sharing. And I think it's a paradigm that would move from the Mediterranean to the whole world. And thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Mastroianni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mastroianni, who reminded us of the reality of the Mediterranean climate and what have been happening for millennia in the region, as well as the impact of this quick change, a rapid change that doesn't always give us enough time to adapt efficiently. So the science has reach some conclusions. They are alarming. The political time is not the same as the scientific or the climate one, but in his conclusion, Mr. Mastroianni has insisted on a very important element, which is solidarity, which has to be a pillar inside the Union of the Mediterranean, solidarity and exchange sharing. And I have learned through this presentation that why Egypt has organized the COP27. It wants absolute. This is just a joke, sorry. So I invite Madam Rashdi, who's a director of the Control of Energy at the Ministry of Environment and Renewable Energies. Madam Rashdi, we are asking you to talk about the efforts that Algeria is conducting in terms of green economy, especially through energy efficiency, which is for me the second pillar of the energy transition, because we do not talk enough about optimizing the use. However, in a country such as Algeria, the potential of optimizing energy is very big. The floor is yours, Madam Rashdi. Thank you. I will use the microphone. I would like to ask you to not take long in your presentation, please. Good morning, everyone. I will come down. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for enabling us to meet here today, as well as my colleagues, dear colleagues online. I greet them as well. I would like to thank the Secretary General of the Ministry of Industry, but also the representatives of the Union for the Mediterranean and all the honorable audience. So today I would like to show the link between green economy and being economical in energy. We have done this exercise together, and let's see together what are the impacts through projects, concrete projects in the field, but as well as through sectorial actions at the national level. We will also see their impact repercussions on cooperation, which is being done through the Mediterranean region. So today, the green economy means a better life. The citizen will have ease of life, but also a direct impact on the environment, its protection, but also a creation of wealth, an activity or the local dynamic, an industrial one as well. But how? Today, the Algerian government has established several mechanisms, and I will cite these mechanisms or these programs, which are not today's programs, but they have been planned since decades, and people are on the field, and we have this, the outcomes, this experience enable us to say that Algeria today is, yes, going through, is inside this dynamic of green economy. We are working today. We have been working for a long time. Maybe the results, we won't see them today, but we have to be patient and we have to persevere, and we will see the positive impact. When the government wants to ensure a sustainable development, this development, we have the energy, which plays a predominant role, a very important role. So this energy on several aspects, be it fossil fuels, renewable, new energies. There will be my colleagues who will discuss in other panels, they will discuss these types of energies. But this energy today, our role, what is it? It is to use it rationally, meaning to rationalize its use, to optimize its use. So this use, this reasonable use, this optimized use will enable us to do what? Of course, to reduce greenhouse emissions, but also to create jobs. These small enterprises, companies that we see in the field, and we will see what the creation of these companies enable to boost this local market. And we have a tendency of seeing large companies, but if you go to the field, and all experts will tell you this, it's at a smaller scale that this market will boost this bigger one at the national or regional levels. So among the mechanisms implemented by the government, by the Algerian government, is the national program of control in energy. I told you there's a program, there are sectorial actions, but today we're gonna focus on this program. This program is based on the sectors that are closely related to energy, but it doesn't meaning it focuses on these sectors that have an excessive consumption of energy, who speaks about consumption of energy, talks about fossil fuels, meaning a lot of emissions, CO2 emissions, a very negative impact on the environment. So more than 46% of the consumption, energy consumption, final energy consumption, it's in buildings. Why are we talking about buildings? If we're talking about buildings, we're talking about houses, but also tertiary buildings. Why? It's using climate or improving the life of the citizen. We're using a lot of technology, a lot of electronics. So today, I'm looking for the appropriate slides for the building. Speaking of the building, what is our priority? Well, our priority is to limit the loss of heat, this excessive consumption of energy. But how? Today on the field, and we're gonna talk about the field, there are companies that have been created in order to produce materials and national services for thermal isolation and other services. So these companies, we need to encourage them. So this program gives them aid in these activities. This is something good, but this is not enough. We need local incentives, and we need other measures, and that the level of the Mediterranean, we can do several things in this context in order to elaborate accordingly. And we will talk as well about projects, as I said, thermal isolation. And these slides are just for numbers, energy economy. Yeah.
Création.
But also creating jobs. And
oui, oui. Voilà. Il y a aussi la généralisation de l'utilisation.
And the use of LED lighting, as well as solar heaters, several actions that relate to optimizing the use in energy, but as well clean energy such as solar. Today, we are talking about public lighting. There's something I want to talk about regarding green economy. When we talk about green economy, we are talking about the integration of new technologies. These new technologies inside buildings will serve in regulating this consumption, and such as smart counters, smart keys, but also other factors.
Peut rendre la vie, on va dire, du citoyen plus confortable.
Thank you. So we're talking about performance as well, the performance of equipment. We cannot buy anything at any time. No, we need the paradigm. We need to have a paradigm shift in the how the citizen behaves, what he buys, and how he consumes energy. The second sector that we consider as related to
consommation énergétique nationale.
consuming
Le programme
an energy war, like there are several actions in this sector, such as substitution energy, meaning replace pollutants like with cleaner or less pollutant carbons, as the Secretary General has cited the GPL gas.
adopté. Nous savons
So we have to adopt, these are things that we have to adopt. We have to move towards clean mobility through several factors, meaning electric cars or vehicles, but also integrating green hydrogen, etc. All of these have to be included in this clean mobility, and which relates as well to behavior plans of public transportation. All of this is an ecosystem that we have to establish in order to make this clean mobility a success. We have talked about GPL, liquefied gas, but also regarding to this project with regards to green economy. More than 500 companies has been created just to install these kits, liquefied gas, LNG. We do not create a company to find a solution. No, we create a company to overcome through a local problem. The response will be the creation of this company. And this is the aim of sustainable development. We have the third sector I wanted to talk about is industry. So the industry is a large sector. There are complex processes. How do we decarbonize these processes? You are very aware of the issues, but this is one of the sectors that we have to pay attention to in order to introduce these good practices that lead us to be economical in our consumption, but also use clean energy and move towards more innovative technologies and less costly. So energy audits and human capital as well that we have not, so be it at the national or regional levels, they play a big role, exchanging experience amongst several organs. We will avoid making the same mistakes, and we will not face the same issue. This is the aim of this cooperation, of this exchange, of this Mediterranean cooperation. We have to reach these results. How can we exchange our experiences? How can we move towards a win-win exchange? This is an issue I raise, but I also propose solutions to this issue. What are the perspectives in order to reach this? Talking about perspectives at the national level, we have to continue with this program. There are sectors that play an important role, such as the Ministry of the Interior, that plays a great role, such as public lighting and several infrastructures, local collectivities, as well as all sectors of the industry, of agriculture, that will move towards this green economy. But however, today, this is a collaboration in the field, but also at the international and regional levels. So green economy based on innovative technologies, environment-friendly technologies, as well as develop the market of energy optimization. We can talk about all the collaborations between our agency, National Agency for the Promotion of and Rationalizing the Use of Energy. Yes, I will conclude my presentation. So this agency has conducted a lot of collaboration efforts with the Mediterranean, with ADAM, with several other institutions and bodies. So all this collaboration, we need to push it forward to a larger scale. Today, there are large equipment that enters and exits. We need the cooperation certifying this equipment. So today, this is a very important issue, as well as diversifying financing mechanisms. It's possible through international cooperation, strengthening building capacities as well. We have talked about this, and cooperation at the Mediterranean level as on the energy training. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rushdie, because the timing is rather tight. So the next participant is invited to try and have a short presentation. So Mrs. Rushdie gave us like an overview of the programs in terms of energy efficiency, and evidently we had an overview with the industry ministry. So there are a lot of that are done by the government. So we're going to leave the debate, the questions for the debate. So I'd like to invite Baba Karim, who is the Urban Environment Director with the Environment Ministry, who is going to tell us about the roadmap on Algeria's circular economy and what would be the link between what's done in terms of circular economy and economic diversification. So as you will know, this in Algeria is a major stake for the government, and we need to find the coherence between the strategies in terms of energy transitioning and economical considerations. So Mr. Baba, so I'm gonna try and go fast without consuming that much energy. So there are 2 points, reaction points about what was said. So we heard this morning, green economy, circular economy, green chemistry. So these are answers that are more or less proactive to the linear economy. So it's an economy that produces, uses, and generates waste with a negative impact. So the second point, so I'm gonna start so how to build this ecosystem is what matters the most. So I'm gonna talk about it on points that were related to the roadmap for circular economy, talking about its challenges and objectives.
Ça fonctionne.
So what were the steps for Algeria to reach to this circular economy roadmap? So it started with discussions and the regional meetings on the waste management, integrated management of waste. So there were debates, were 295 recommendations that were summarized, 200 recommendations that are under the roadmap for circular economy. So a strategy was developed for waste national strategy. I'll show you a diagram on its impact with interventions that are timely and high tech to see its impact on employment. By 20th, one of the recommendations was the amendment of the legislative frameworks. We're going to move from a law on waste management that establishes the framework to the linear economy to a law in promoting economy, circular economy, and green economy. So all this was concretized in Constitution of 2020 that talks of the natural resources protection, because it's what comes in it and the guarantee for a decent life for citizens.
Non. Non. Ça marche pas. Oui. Donc,
So the objectives, so why go toward to go a true place for circular and green economy in the national economy? So there is an imperative to include this notion in public policy, especially for these sectors, to have the regulation evolve for the development of employment and reduce energy resources consumption. Next slide, please. So here I gave you an example that I told you of. If we take what we have seen so far, so we have not only the waste, so we are talking in agriculture, industry, and transport and construction. So all these sectors could be included in the circular economy with practices that have nothing to do with the. So we need what we need. This is the ancient model, and there is a model. There is an energy consumption, waste generation. So with the impacts that are related to greenhouse emissions and the damages to the ecosystem and global warming, and this would give us reparation costs. So there's a huge difference between costs involved, what comes in externalities. So if we take the example of waste between 2016 and 2035, given the increase in population and waste volume, it's going to be increased twice. So the impacts, the cost will be go two-folds and two-folds and a half. The amount, so we're going to go 100. But if we build like the various circles, these are same compartments between extraction, production, and consumption, by you resorting to 4 R's, recycling, refection, and reparation, and make waste as subproducts of valuation under the law to change the status of waste. That would be byproduct. So by 2035, this is a study was carried out in 2018. We will avoid, that would be $1 billion and creation of employment, 100,000 employments as direct employment. So this is just for one sector. So I'll let you see what the forecast could be.
donc on a parlé de défis.
So we're going to talk about stakes. So the major challenges identified to bridge between the circular and linear economy. So everything that would be related in the enlarged or broadened liability of producers. So it's the life cycle of the resource till a semi-finished product that would be included as a raw material. And then the business virtuous, so the circles need to be closed, reusing valuation subproducts like we spoke earlier, speed up innovation. We cannot have a circular economy if we don't use about accelerating innovation and obtain the sustainable commitment of the consumers. So if you could speed up a little, so I'm sorry to limit you in terms. For the stakes, you have like 7 of them. So stake 1 would be a true place to the circular economy, so it's integration in, I don't know, so I'm gonna not read it all, but next, so second stake. So the second one, it would be to rationalize the use of resources and favor the development of renewable energies. We have an example on energy efficiency and energy rationalization is to set up a resource programmation that would be essential to activities that are crucial. For the third one would be develop practices of foreign agriculture and sustainable. So the valorization of green agriculture by reducing the use of chemicals, especially like health plants products. And next, the fifth stake would be, next please. So the fifth one would be supporting sustainable building and limit urbanization, developing an economic plans. So at the bottom are the objectives to be reached that would be given to this partners that are the different sectors. So the sixth stake would be to change the mentalities and practices. This is the most important one, which is awareness raising of citizens toward, especially in national education. We talked about SwitchMed this morning that has this awareness raising not only for industrials, but also changing sustain. The seventh stake and the last one would be to experiment and innovate and encourage like sustainable innovation and support all research tools that comes in this economy, circular and green economy. Thank you. I'm so sorry to have rushed you, as especially the topic needs a lot of time. So this showed through examples of waste the importance of a holistic systematic approach. It also the impacts on economic cost and employment creation. And I think that this is best practices that needs to be reviewed and valued. So quickly, Mr. Qadatwati, you're the last, so I'd like you to be very kindly to go very fast, because two panels and a lot of people that are leaving today when we're very limited in terms of time.
Good morning. Qadatwati, I'll remind you, she is here on behalf of the Association for Women in Green Economy, and where she will talk to us about the importance of the role, the important role of the civil society and how it can contribute to the promotion of green economy, something that is being done. Thank you very much, Mr. Khadir. Dear audience, good morning. In terms of the organizing this workshop, and I would like to thank the organizers, especially UPN and GIZ, for the choice of this topic, which is very important and which is, in my opinion, it's primordial. With the climate change that we are living through, and in particular the Mediterranean region, which is a hotspot and most vulnerable, and this topic is an important one. It's and we need to find a way to cooperate, advance cooperation, in order to remedy the situation and face this issue. And going back to the role of the association, in my opinion, the role of the association and the civil society is very important in the implementation and the promotion of the green economy through the region, the whole region, especially here in Algeria. Why? Because the civil society or associations they are close to the society, which necessitates and requires taking charge of this partner, or a close relationship with this partner in the promotion of green economy. That's why, as an association, we have worked since the establishment of this creation in 2013. We have been working on the promotion of green economy through raising awareness, which is the main, at the heart, or the main role of the association, ours and other associations. So raising awareness among the citizens. And since we have this character, because we are close to the citizens. So we are trying to raise awareness about the green economy and the sector and the impact of the climate change and the impact of this the change on the territory, and in particular those most vulnerable. And the main activities of the association are activities mainly axed to around raising awareness and as well as explaining what is green economy. So what we are trying is to simplify the concept and explain the several branches of this sector, and which promises the creation of a sustainable jobs. And since 2015, we have conducted training sessions on green entrepreneurship. So we have formed we have trained more than 500, and the training course was built upon how to create your own company and how so projects, call for projects for those who have ideas about green projects. And my predecessors, those who came before me, have explained the innovative aspect of green economy. There needs to be this aspect, the innovative aspect, which has to be present. And through training courses on management, on creating companies, on the sectors and vectors of green economy, but as well on how to accompany, because for us it's very important to accompany these young companies in order to ensure success of the company. And since 2015, as I have said, we train young people with young projects in order to create their green companies. And you have in front of you the academy. We have created an academy, a platform called the Academy for Green Entrepreneurship, and you have several examples of projects that we have fulfilled that realized at the level of universities, because universities are a very important poles with regards to the number of graduates each year. And through training courses inside universities, we have conducted training courses, and we have for the green entrepreneurship for the benefit of young graduates from 8 Algerian universities. And going back to the key role of associations, be it local or regional, in the promotion of green economy, because the association remains a key partner, and we have created a guide for the green in business. Can you conclude? Yes, I am going to conclude. So this guide is to guide anyone young people wishing to start a project. And as you know, the government has several incentives, financing for these projects. So we are trying to integrate this green ecosystem and to provide support in terms of building capacities, but also integrate these young entrepreneurs in this sector. And in conclusion, I would like to recommend that we pay more attention to associations that play a very important role in this ecosystem, but as well to boost the green economy through raising awareness, because raising awareness is the most important vector in promoting green economy. Thank you very much. Thank you. So effectively, the role of associations, non-governmental organizations, they are very important, and they need a specialized workshop on that topic. And we're gonna take just one question from the room, and I would like to invite you during lunch to approach the panelists in order to debate further what has been presented. So I'm gonna take just one question. The first one who raised their hands, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. Yes, come here to the microphone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Suhaib from Jordan. I'm the Executive Director of a Center for Sustainable Development. This is a civil society association by the young to the. I had a question. There are representations of organizations from civil society and ministries and stuff like that. We have issues like the governments of developing countries who have weak economies are putting the capitalist interests ahead of climate change and its impact on the environment and the people. I will give you an example. For instance, in Jordan, we have limits to creating or to using personal power generators, individual, because electricity and power has become privatized in Jordan. So how can we put the common interest of the people and the environment and the world with the interest, economic interests of the governments and countries? Okay, this is a private opinion of a youth organization, but I will invite the presenters, the panelists, to exchange with the one who asked this question during lunch, because this is a large topic. Okay, so quickly, I'm gonna take another question. Then Professor, so no, you can go ahead from there. I just have a question. So you have insisted to be fast, so I'm going to go to the point. Madame Doua, I'm Director of Research at the Center of Development and Technology. It's a center of research here in Algeria, scientific research. My question, if I understand well, the Mediterranean region is a hotspot, is impacted by emissions, by pollution, by climate change. But to my knowledge, this issue is essentially the reason is the industrial regions, which is not really in the Mediterranean region. In this context, are there mechanisms of coordinations in order to limit these emissions and stuff? Okay, I will answer you. I will be happy to answer you during lunch. Last question. Peace be upon you, Professor Hamoud Masoud from the University of Adara. My question is from Madam Rashdi. You have talked about the intelligent smart meter. I would like to know, are there laws, legislation who enable the particular individual private sector to integrate? So with the permission of the organizers, I would like to thank everyone for their understanding, because we are limited with time and we are at your disposal. All the panelists are at your disposal for exchanging and debating any questions you have. Thank you very much.
فقط أريد أن أقول شيئا. Just I
want to say something.
Because we are lagging behind the schedule, I invite you to have a coffee break instead of 15 minutes in 10 minutes maximum. Thank you very much.
implement this border tax adjustment for a number of reasons. First, we have seen in COP27, things have not gone well. I mean, our going to be respected. We expect by the year 2030, even higher than 2.4 degrees Celsius. So we certainly, things are going, being exacerbated, and we have to act together. The second point is leveling the playing field. And here the EU, by the way, the Americans already are also introducing a similar mechanism, which is the Clean Competition Act, which is even more stringent than the European mechanism. So the European countries are certainly in their right, because they have been taxing their manufacturers and their industry for the last 15 years within the framework of the European trade mechanism. So they certainly need to level the playing field with exports coming from our countries, which are unregulated countries. We don't regulate our carbon emissions. So they believe and they are in the right to do so, to level the playing field for competitive reasons. Also, the point is, they certainly are very scared about the carbon leakage. They are, according to the Green Deal, they will have to lower their carbons by 55% in 2030. So they don't want certainly to get additional carbon leakage from our countries. So, and lastly, they also need to, what did I write here? The last point was, yes, CBAM is being now legitimate and is going to be implemented. Another point which we can argue, and which they say, it's their designers speak of this, they took their precautions, and their mechanism is compatible with the WTO. They are trying not to be discriminatory. They are trying to respect the WTO principles. However, we cannot take this at its face value. We need certainly to deliberate, to discuss with them, to see how they are going to implement it, because there are lots of weaknesses still in the system, which is only being introduced very recently. So we certainly need to discuss all these vulnerabilities in the system. They, in terms of national treatment, they have to treat certainly our exports exactly the same way they treat their their industries, not to discriminate against it, not to impose higher tariffs than what their manufacturers pay, because this certainly is going to affect our competitiveness. And then we speak also of what we have spoken so much and so long in the WTO, of what we call product and process methods, PPMs. This is what we always said as developing countries, arguing against the developed countries, that if the final product is clean, why would you impose on us sanctions? I mean, we export clean products, we export good products. So why do you go into the process itself? Because at that time they were talking about child labor, about clean water, about and so on. But now with carbon emissions, it's certainly important because it's basically a process method. So they have to take it into account. But so this is also an issue which we have to certainly pay attention to. So what is the impact on the Southern Mediterranean? The impact is big on all our countries. I mean, Egypt, I have read more on Egypt, and Egypt is going to be very hard hit, because our exports to the EU, which contain carbon emission, are 78% of contain carbon emissions. So we expect our exports to decrease by even 25% from the baseline. Other countries, certainly Algeria will have to do its own calculation. Turkey, even Turkey and Morocco and Jordan, we are all going to be affected by this CBAM. And because our exports, the EU is going to implement first on scope 1. Scope 1 includes chemicals, aluminium, iron and steel, and fertilizers. Morocco, for instance, is the 4th country worldwide to export fertilizer. Egypt and Algeria are around the 11th and 12th countries which export fertilizers to EU. And certainly these contain carbon emissions and are going to be affected 1st of January, because this is scope 1. After 3 years, when they see that the mechanism is being implemented and is successful, according certainly to their perspective, they are going to include at some point in time textiles and clothing, pharmaceuticals, agriculture, you name it. So all these products which we export to the EU are going to be subject to carbon emission taxes. Problems of the Southern Mediterranean, we have spoken about it certainly throughout the day. Lack of ability to how to measure CO2 in the first place, lack of technology and expertise. And here we certainly will have to fight for developed countries, for developed technology to be more flexible in accessing this kind of technology. And they shouldn't come with the TRIPS argument or this is IPR argument and so on. So we need to know how to access this technology. We also need to condition our implementation of these commitments with additional financial resources. And this is our also legitimate right. We have argued and okay. So I said I won't look at the panels. So you find your way. I said I was going to give my back to the panel in order not to get the... Anyway, so this is what I wanted. I mean, there is also a lot to discuss about. There is what I would like to suggest, and here I wanted also, these are technical problems of CBAM in terms of calculations, because you can certainly not distinguish between aluminium produced from raw material and recycled aluminium. Recycled aluminium is cleaner than aluminium, but you cannot distinguish it when you export. So how are you going to calculate the CO2 emissions? Anyway, but my point is here to come to the UfM as a suitable forum for a collegial and friendly dialogue. We are not asking to negotiate the CBAM from the very beginning. We are not disputing its legitimate existence. We are only asking, okay, how to help us then? How to see, how to try to make the best out of this mechanism to minimize the negative effects and maximize the positive effects, to have a mutual benefit for the North and the South. And here I'm proposing a workshop on this, a workshop with the European countries. Also, we have to do a workshop for the private sector with other organizations which are now interested in this project, like OECD. And we have certainly to increase awareness about this mechanism, which all of us are going to be very hard hit from it. So this is basically what I wanted to say. And the EU has also vested interest. I mean, need to respond directly to the question. The EU has vested interest to cooperate with us because it doesn't want to look as imposing it unilaterally on us, while they need our cooperation in terms of green hydrogen, in terms of energy, solar energy, and so on. We are exporting Algeria, Egypt, and all of us, we are now starting with green hydrogen. So they don't want to antagonize the South. They need to cooperate with us, and certainly for stability. And we are good friends, I mean, with the Europeans anyway. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magda, for highlighting the importance of carbon border adjustment mechanism and the urgent need for regional cooperation for more stability. We have here with us Mr. Ashraf Abu Ali, who is the former member of the parliament in the Netherlands and the director of OECD Regional Center in Istanbul. So it will be a pleasure that you share with us the recommendation of mentioned in the OECD report for the regional integration. So.
Yes, thank you very much, Hind, and very good to see everybody here. And Hind, great work with moderating, because that's always very difficult. And to our Algerian host, this is my first time visiting Algeria, and it's a really great pleasure, and your presentations were excellent. Ambassador Magda Shaheen, I got very enthusiastic with your presentation. It was excellent. And I take your invitation to work together with you and my friends of the UfM to address the CBAM, because indeed it has been adopted last Tuesday by the European Council, and it's a very urgent issue and a very important one. So I'm the head of the mission of the OECD in Istanbul, which is the first regional office of the OECD outside of Paris headquarters. We cater to the MENA region, Southeast Europe, Balkans, Central Asia, and Southeast Asia even. And I want to say a special thanks also to the Union for the Mediterranean for already the excellent cooperation we have as the OECD with the Union for the Mediterranean, and also our personal, I look also to Amotaz for our very close cooperation. When I was a member of parliament, I had lots of contacts with you. It's an excellent organization to cooperate with. So allow me also to briefly introduce my center. The OECD Istanbul Center is the first regional office of the organization, as I told you, and it was officially inaugurated by my Secretary General last year, together with the President of the Republic of Turkey in 2021. And we're part of the global relations strategy, and the aim is to integrate non-members of the OECD in the organization's knowledge base and to provide a platform for policy dialogue and peer learning. So in our half year of existence, which is very short, we successfully convened already 9 flagship events with more than 400 international participants for policy dialogue. We bring them from, as I told you, the MENA, Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and Southeast Asia. As I promised, I will join you on the report which we have prepared together with also the UfM. And I'm looking now how the report's name is. So the report basically touches upon a few important elements. The first is there is a business case for green transition and transformation. Despite the upfront costs, net zero policies of the trade partners will ultimately create an economic case for switching to more efficient technologies and more diversified energy mixes, which also one of the Algerian colleagues mentioned. Second, the green transformation and green jobs will transform the labor markets. Renewable created more than 12.7 million jobs worldwide in 2022, with more inclusion of women and youth. Unemployment, underemployment, informality, and gender gap issues pertaining to the region can all be addressed through this green transition, which was also mentioned during the first panel by, I think, also the director of the Ministry of Environment. Third, there is every reason to expect more funds flowing into renewable energy and green technologies in the medium, if not short term. So these all create very strong business cases for green transformation for individual countries. And as we shall see through this discussion, an even stronger case for regional integration among the countries in the Mediterranean. In this recent study with the Union for the Mediterranean, we analyzed 5 pillars of regional integration. The first is trade, second, infrastructure, third, finance, 4, movement of people, and the 5th is research on higher education. I have my colleague here also from the Istanbul Center in the audience. Please reach out to us and to my colleague Al-Mutaz of the UfM. We will gladly distribute this report to you so that you in depth can read the analysis the UfM and the OECD made on this very important regional integration subject. So we're available at your disposition to share this report with you. And I will keep it short because I know that other people will also have questions. So all these issues we have addressed are much easier said than done, and they require transparent, open, inclusive dialogue among the countries of the region, as well as among different agents within the countries. Hence, allow me to use this opportunity to invite all the countries of the region and my friends of the Union for the Mediterranean to use my OECD center, the regional center in Istanbul, as a policy dialogue and a peer learning platform. And I believe through this meeting, we will enhance that. And as the former Egyptian ambassador said, I will take your invitation, Madam Ambassador, come to Istanbul. My team is ready to support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ashraf. Thank you for all the panelists. And now we will open the floor to discussion with participants to interact with what have been presented by our panelists. So who want to start?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can you hear me, or should I stay? Okay, my name is Manal Binani, and I'm the Youth Strategy Advisor for Africa Aid Foundation. I would like to just comment on some of the points that were made during the panel. First of all, for the point, thank you. This way is better. For the point made by the ambassador, the former ambassador, don't you think that the CBAM is more of a wake-up call to southern countries when it comes to dealing with the EU and move on from recipient position in negotiations to actually partners position when it comes to negotiations, especially about climate change? Second, I would like to raise the point that as a youth expert, you have pointed out in the panel and even in the first panel that youth is a major stakeholder when it comes to the green transition. Yet there is no representative of youth in the panel or in the previous panel or even in the negotiations. So how seriously are we really taking youth as a stakeholder? And the third point, which is citizens from all walks of life, which are also another stakeholder when it comes to green transition. So when we're talking about incentives for entrepreneurs to move to green economies and green enterprises, what incentives are we given to consumers to actually choose eco-friendly products? So that's another question that I'm asking the panelists. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you. My name is Kamal Jamoui. I'm participating as an expert on questions of multilateral negotiations and regarding climate change.
And I would like to ask a question to the ambassador for her excellent presentation on CBAM. It will be one of the most important difficulties and barriers for any green economy or even any kind of colored economy for the Mediterranean region. The question is, how do you link the CBAM with the implementation of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on carbon markets? And I would like just to add a comment to my question about these links, because most of the developing countries, the southern countries in the Mediterranean region, will be lobbied to have some kind of contracts or some kind of cooperation on one of the 3 carbon market under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Now, EU is establishing a tax. It already started this in 2008 by a unilateral resolution on carbon tax. And Algeria, I'm from Algeria, Algeria made a submission under the UNFCCC to stop and block the unilateral decision from EU. And it was followed by several developing countries, including China and others. And then EU stopped and put on hold the unilateral measure on carbon taxes of its Schengen space. Now for the CBAM, we need to be clear about the issue is that CBAM is against the principles of the convention, while it may comply with the Article 6 provisions. Now, one of the measures that can be taken by Mediterranean developing countries is not to engage with any European country on any of the Article 6 mechanism, in particular Article 6.2, which is the cooperative approaches. And then it will not allow EU also to get the carbon tax on its borders, but also to get benefits from any cooperative approaches linked to carbon markets. I thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Suhaib from Jordan. I wanted to note something, and I've noticed that all presenters have discussed it. As you may be aware, the response to climate change is slow, and we have a gap, an important gap in this response, which is involving women in the efforts aiming at facing climate change. As you may see, the representation of women, according to the recommendations of EMA, which talks about integrating women in the action against climate change, you see that the response is weak here. What are the recommendations of the UfM in order to raise the rate of integration of women, because they are impacted greatly by climate change?
It's okay. So I have two questions. So this is the last question. So the first one is for Mr. Rabah Salami. In addition to the high production cost of green hydrogen, so it's from oxygen and water. So can you explain more the efficiency of this tool, of this method to the for the South Mediterranean countries, which suffer from water stress or scarcity? And the second one, the last one for Ms. Magda. So with such geopolitical challenge, limited natural resources and strengthened cooperation between EU and South Mediterranean countries for energetic transition, which role can play the UfM with social partners to reinforce inclusive dialogue with all stakeholders to raise awareness about the urgent need to switch on green transition and develop new sectors? Thank you.
Merci. Thank you, Madam, for your question. If we analyze the price of hydrogen, then we will see that it's a structural price. It's constituted from the price of water, the price of energy, which takes the larger part, and the cost of the electrolyzer and the time of use. So the longer the time of use is, the lesser the cost of 1 kilogram of hydrogen. In terms of price of the electrolyzer, we see nowadays a certain dynamic in the development of the technology, which is focused, and the prices will certainly fall considerably in the coming years. All the research and development efforts in this regard are at an industrial scale, and they are focused on reducing the prices. Regarding costs of renewable energies, I didn't have time to discuss this subject. Hydrogen will provoke a strong dynamic in terms of development of the renewable technologies or energies at a larger scale. We have huge capacities in terms of meeting the European need, who are close to 2030. We have to install at least 350 gigawatts in renewable energy just to meet this future need. And now, regarding the hydrogen stress, we have to know that the production of green hydrogen will not take a large percentage compared to other sectors. If we take a look at the agriculture sector, it is a sector that requires a lot of water resources. And Mr. Ben Zayed has underlined a very important point, which is recourse to water from used water treatment. This is a very important point. In Algeria, talking about my country, Algeria, we have desalination of seawater, which is very developed, and the cost of developing on cubic meters of seawater compared to the needs of 1 kilogram of green hydrogen, which consumes at least around 12 liters of water. So in the structure of price, it's nothing, practically speaking. And there's also exploiting the federal regions, which won't require systems of desalination advanced, or those who consume a lot of energy. So the cost will further fall in the regions inside the country. So the hydrogen field, if we assess its consumption, it will not be huge quantities of water. Thank you very much.
Okay, I must thank you very much for your questions, and they're very pertinent, and they're very complex. So let me try to answer them. You know that our region is among the most affected ones. I mean, we do suffer from the global warming, from climate change, and so on. So we can no longer be complacent. We can no longer say we can do it next year. For the politicians, it is going to cost us very much now. Let us postpone it. So we have to act. So, and yes, I certainly understand that that we have to act. And this is conditioned to the kind of assistance we are getting from the North. I mean, in terms of finance, in terms of technology, in terms of capacity building. So we do need this. And this is what we believe the UfM can do, can raise awareness, can talk in a very collegial, in a very friendly manner. We want it more than you, because we are going to be more affected than you are going to be. So let's try to find a way out. Let's try to do the best out of this. We can no longer, it's very correct that Algeria, Egypt, China, we were very strong 10 years ago in the WTO. We didn't allow them anything. The WTO has come out with a Committee on Trade and the Environment, which is dead. I mean, it was born dead because we didn't accept. We told them we need time. We told them we need finance. We told them don't sanction us. But what did we do the last 10 years? I mean, experts say we didn't do much. So yes, it's a wake-up call. Yes, it's a very strong wake-up call, and we have to act. We have to do something. And this is the whole idea. The EU, the US, Japan is coming now, Australia, New Zealand, all these countries very much aware of the environment. They are going to come with similar actions. And they have now refused that these issues, which we have stood so strong against in WTO, to be dealt with in COP. We cannot bring trade and climate change in COP. It's taboo. They have refused these topics. We can no longer negotiate them anywhere because we certainly, Algeria, Egypt, China, all developing countries did not allow them to take any action. Now they said, okay, they are going to take the action unilaterally, which we can no longer hold them up. We can no longer tell them, don't do it. It's there. It's legitimate. It's going to be implemented.
am honored to be among you today and to be the moderator and facilitate the third and last panel, the third and last session for today. So we're gonna tackle on the way and means to implement for a policy or an approach toward like green economy in the Mediterranean region. So I'd like to introduce myself. Kamal Jamouri. I'm a little bit specialist on multilateral negotiations for biodiversity and climate change. And I'm very happy to see again some friends of mine and colleagues. So I'd like to invite you to have a seat, not to because we might have an empty room after that. So without further ado, and not introduce the third panel or the theme for this session. So we have a little emergency and we're gonna skip some speakers and so who are making a presentation today. So I'd like to give the floor like it was reordered. So to allow Mr. Sergio, who has a flight at 6:20 today, to make his presentation. So we're gonna give him the floor right away.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. I have to say that for me, it's a big pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be here. So thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you to UfM for this opportunity as well. So I'm representing the academia. I'm representing research and universities and institutions. This is not mine presentation. Yeah. So this is what I'm going to talk about. So I think that this morning we agreed that there is only one way, one option, that is to go to sustainable growth and to green growth, right? And we also agree that we cannot go alone. We cannot do anything alone. We should collaborate to do that. And what I'm going to try to talk during these few minutes is about the role that academia or research institutions can have and how we can have an evolution from the current and classical view of these kind of entities to a most updated or modern view, right? Who should I wear? It's not working. Sorry. Okay, yes. So this is what I already said. This is only one way, right? I'm going to talk about one example. This is the Beta Tech Center that I have the honor to be the director of. And I'm not going to go about this center because, well, I'm going to talk about it in a more general way. But I want to point out is that the different approach that current academia institutions are taking, because they are seeing themselves like development agencies rather than just universities or research institutions. And why they are like changing the role is because we realized that just doing research and just publishing great papers and just doing great PhD, it's not enough. So the paper is published and it's fantastic. We're doing great science, and this science is funded by public institutions, by public governments at all levels. And what's then? We are keeping that results in the lower table and apply for another funding. And this is not like a way to make a real impact, right? So if we see ourselves as development agencies, we understand that the impact should be 360 degrees, right? It's not just about publishing papers, it's about how this innovation can really have a real impact, how we can reach the market, how the policy framework can be favorable and can generate incentives to this innovation to be applied. So, and to do that, you need to have this big view. You need to support policymakers. You need to have a view of the market approach. What is the demand? What are the problems that companies will have? What are going to be the logistics of this innovation to be applied? Are you responding to a consumer's demand or not? Are this technology going to be accepted by the end users or not? So if you have these thoughts and these questions in your mind whenever you are working at academia, then you are becoming a development agency. And I will give you some examples of that next. What means to become a development agency? It's to go beyond the impact of a classical scientific institution. So it's like going beyond these technical results, right? It's about working on systemic solutions, not just technology. Technology is one part of the puzzle. That's fantastic, but you need to think with a much bigger and wide view of everything. And what is important, you need to involve all actors. You need to involve of all actors because at the end, they will be all necessary in order to have a real impact. You need, as I tell you before, you need the right policies. You need the right policies. You need the right incentive, the right regulation. Most of the times, the barriers for technology to reach the market or innovation to reach the market is legislation. Legislation they are generating a lot of barriers. So policymakers, they need evidence-based information in order to define new regulation, new policies that are allowing these technologies to really have an impact, right? And this is what a development agency is doing, right? And also we are providing this kind of support to all actors of the value chain. Is because in order to develop the right innovation, we should know what is demanded from the consumers, what is demanded from different industrial actors, right? And we should be aligned with the international strategies, because otherwise we are going to go in different ways, in opposite ways, and then we will not have a real impact, right? And what is important, and we realize that is super important, is to work on the research or innovation policy interface. Because politicians or people that is working in the public administration and scientists, we are speaking different languages. We are speaking English or Spanish, but at the end we are not understanding one each other because our approach is different. So this policy and research interface is necessary because otherwise we cannot capitalize the results of the innovation. And development agencies should work on that. I mean, technological centers or universities acting as development agencies should act and work on the policy research interface. What else? As I told you before, we need a successful approach, the right approach, right? What means to have the right approach is like, okay, we need to involve all the ecosystem in the solution. It's not just about the university or the companies or the governments or the society. All the actors should be involved in this solution, right? So of course, academia should be aligned with the public entities, with the government, because they are aligned. So they should have the right framework. They should respond to the needs of the market, right? Also to the needs of the society. It was mentioned this morning again, whatever we are doing, we should take care of the environment. So this is the fifth axis, right? And this is how normally, so we are working, but we are missing one important thing. We are missing one important thing, and it's like the territories. So territories are necessary to be involved. And why I'm saying that is because whenever we are developing a strategy or an action, if we don't have the actors involved that have their feet on the floor, on the ground, we will not succeed. The actors that can implement any actions are the actors that are in the territories, are the ones that are standing on the real floor. If we are so far from them and if we have not involved them in the definition of the solution, probably we will fail as well. That's why it's important also to work on the development of territorial strategic agendas in order to deploy real actions in the territories, innovation actions in the territories, considering the needs of the specific territory, right? So we have the right approach, we have the right actors, we need the right framework and the right tools. And I'm going to talk about framework and tools so fast, very quickly, right? So, well, here we have some tools from different funding programs that they have defined, they have this vision of how we can really engage the different kind of factors and find solutions that can have a real impact, right? So we have the ENI CBC Med, we have the different kind of interests. We have a UfM that is supporting all that. Of course, they have this view, absolutely this view, and it's fantastic. We have Prima, right? So, but I'm going to put some examples. I'm going to put one example that is related with Algeria as well, because Algeria is involved in that project. This is a project that is called Transition, that is about how we can develop practices that can support the farmers to have resilient agri-food production practices, right? Because of the climate change. So, but here it's not a technical, it's not a scientific project. It's a project in which we are consulting the practitioners, the farmers, in order to get the information, their needs and their challenges. We are working with this data. We are tailoring the solutions to specific territories in which we would like to have an impact. And then we are mainstreaming the results to the policymakers because it's their responsibility to give the solution for the specific territories with evidence-based information. This is what this project is about. And Algeria is involved. So the National Research Institute of Agronomy of Algeria is a partner of this, and we are working with them on that matter. There are other approaches, circular economy approaches related with agri-food. I choose agri-food because this morning we were talking a lot about energy, and agri-food is also a key sector here in Algeria. So it's like some examples about how from innovation, if we are doing our job in a good way, we can not just work on technologies, we can work in the development of business models and strategic plans with public administrations to succeed from the innovation to a real success. And I know that they have a short time. I'm not going to go deep on this because I would like to focus on that part because this is a really important part and important good practice, I will say. So there are many initiatives, many programs that they are having a different framework on the table. And it's like, okay, we are investing a lot on innovation, how this innovation can have a real impact. Let's work on enhancing the impact of this innovation, right? So let's create some funding programs that are capitalizing the results of the innovation projects that we are funding. And this is what this kind of governance and capitalization initiatives are about, how to take the results and enhance and increase the impact. So there are some initiatives, for example, the Inter-Mediterranean program, they funded the green growth community during the last 6 years that we were coordinating with support of UfM. In fact, it was labeled by UfM, right? So we were working a lot with you. And it was about the capitalization of the results on innovation of 150 entities working on green growth in the Mediterranean. So imagine the amount of results that we can capitalize and mainstream and put on the table of the policymakers and also on the market actors, right? Industrial actors. So we were working with that. We are lucky because we have now got the continuation of this with the Interreg Euromed. So we'll have 7 more years to work together with UfM and other actors in taking advantage of the innovation results and use them to have great strategies, right frameworks. And it's happening the same with the other programs. They are working in that direction. They are having funding innovation projects and then they're funding governance projects, taking advantage of the results, right? And this is allowing the regional governments to define the right strategies based on real results, science-based results, right? And what else? And I don't want to finish between highlighting this. It's because the collaboration with UfM during the last years with this community and with other communities and technical assistances that they have funded has allowed these programs to change a bit the view. So, and they are now seeing the north and south of the Mediterranean as equals. So all the collaboration initiatives that are being arise and are being developed here. So we are considering a single Mediterranean region with a single view and working between equals. It's not a matter from the north to the south. It's not this way. So we're working together to face real challenges and to find common solutions. And this is an effort that during the last years UfM has done, and I have to say that they have succeeded to have this view also in these programs. And just some key messages, and I'm finishing because I have just 1 minute, right? Yeah. So it's I think that we agree there's only one way to fight against climate change, so to transition to sustainable green economies. So as we have a common agreement that this is a challenge, so we have to convert this agreement or this challenge in great opportunities for everyone. For everyone means, so it's about win-win strategies always. And today, when we were having lunch with some colleagues that are present here, we were talking about that and saying, okay, what we are missing? And what we are missing is tons and tons of empathy. We need empathy. We need to understand one each other. We need to understand the needs and the situation and the challenge to one each other, because the solution is a common solution. But this solution should face the challenges and the objective of all of us, of many of us, right? In my opinion, public administration and governments, they have a central role. It's a key role, okay? But the rest of the partners, we need to do our job. And in academic institutions, we need to do our job, and we need to change our minds as well. It's important that the impacts that green transition can have. So because green transition is not having an impact in big cities or big municipalities or at national level. So we are strongly supporting the rural regions that are the most needed, are the regions that need much more support in this transition. And when we're applying this kind of strategies, the rural areas that are working on the agri-food sector, they will have other added values, such new infrastructures, attracting talent, so providing new jobs, other value jobs, so on. And also, I don't want to miss this, is because a territorial approach is needed. So we have had a lot of experiences on that. So whenever you are having a regional strategy, it's fantastic, but it's not enough. You need to involve people that has the feet on the ground. Otherwise, whatever you have so far from the reality, it can be fantastic scenario, fantastic umbrella, but you need something else, right? And finally, so it's not easy, but it's not impossible neither. So it's a matter of working in that direction all together, right? And that's all from my side. And sorry, I need to apologize because I'm missing the flight. So I need to leave before the panel ends. So I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Sergio. Thank you, Mr. Sergio, for this excellent presentation. We're missing a lot through what you are presenting. And of course, the networking you're asking for or calling for, as well as the merging, working the policy with the innovation together is something very important. And on that, if you are missing a lot on that, we don't want you to miss your flight. And please, yeah, I think that you can go, and I hope that we will have another opportunity to see you.
Yeah,
thank you.
It was my first time in Algeria, and I'm so sorry because it was just 2 days and I couldn't enjoy it so much. So I just wishing to come back soon. So
okay. Thank you. Thank you. Safe journey back home. And before giving the floor to the next speaker, and as I told you, first of all, I will try to speak slowly to allow to the interpreters to have the time to provide the right and appropriate interpretation to all of you. The order of the speakers will be Ms. Nari Sabina, then Ms. Latifa Angar, and then Mr. Shikhi, who will speak the last in this panel. And we are going to take the 3 presentations, and then we'll open the floor for questions. And I hope we are going to finish on time at 4 as was scheduled. I don't know if I can suggest that you take or you make your presentation for 6-7 minutes if you can. And Ms. Sabina Nari from the European Training Foundation, you're welcome, and the floor is yours to make your presentation.
Hello, thank you. Okay, it's going to be challenging with the paper and and the remote control and everything, but I would like to say a few words of thanks to the UfM that I feel we are part of a family. By now, we have been cooperating for a long time. So thanks very much for the invitation, the Ministry of Industry, and it is a great pleasure really for me to be here with the distinguished speakers in the panel, our moderator, and all of you in the audience. I wanted to start with a question because I feel that you know, we have been through a series of presentations and not so much interaction, and don't worry, it's going to be very easy. But you know, with the transitions and with changes, we are always very worried about what this will bring. And many people are, you know, saying, okay, the green transition as other transition, like digital transition, will take away jobs. So who among you think that the green transition will bring, will have less employment as a result? You can raise your hand. And who thinks that it is going to be more jobs? Okay, so let's say that we can count as a majority of the people thinking that this is going to bring more employment. And indeed, I need the help here. We will go to that indeed. So this was a few slides about the European Green Deal, but I think we have not so much time. So as you see, of course, the green transition will have definitely an impact on the labor market and on the jobs. But what we see here in the projections is that few jobs will disappear, and they will be largely compensated by new jobs that will emerge in the labor market. And most of the jobs, they will become greener. So exactly, there will be more specialization needed, and we'll come to that in a moment. So we see here that basically we have a big role, central role played by skilling people, but also reskilling and upskilling. I'm sorry. By the end of the presentation, I will get to it. Okay, so what are the green skills? So my other question is, do you have some awareness of what are considered green skills? Raise your hand. Okay, only two. Okay, so green skills basically are those skills that are supporting an environmentally sustainable economic activity. And the green skills are composed, as you can see here, by knowledge, skills, and competencies like any other skill. And they are a mixture of technical skill, transversal skills, and values and attitudes. So technical skills are occupation sector specific, and these technical skills will enable basically professionals to implement their job as a result of having become greener job. Transversal skills, this was mentioned also today in one of the panels, are needed to be able to adapt to a changed world of work. So we have heard this morning, digital skills are going hand in hand with green skills, because greening is also bringing more technological and digital developments. Sorry for the last box, which is yellow. Maybe you don't see it very well, but it's about attitudes and values. See, so this is basically a set of values that help people to make environmentally sustainable choices in their work, but also in their lives. So let's give some examples of green skills. So we have specific green skills for new occupations. So these are considered new skills. And we have here examples like the windmill turbine installer, the sustainable manager, another job that is raising, according to also a study from one of the agencies of the EU, the CEDEFOP, is, for instance, the waste manager. This seems to be one of the occupations that will grow most in the future. Then we have traditional skills that will be needed to be topped up to be able to implement occupations that already exist. Example is car mechanic. Of course, car mechanic will need to be able to operate on an electric engine or hybrid engine. The same for plumber, electricians, and many others. Then we have more generic skills linked to the greening, but also to an awareness of the need to be more sustainable. And these are like, for instance, generic technological processes skills, like the precision irrigation. So in agriculture, we will need to move to precision irrigation in order not to waste water. And then this is what concerns all of us, is the green mindset. So positive attitudes towards sustainability. Then the European Union, with the support of the European Commission and the Joint Research Center, has developed what we call the Green Comp framework. It's a framework of competencies for sustainability. We have similar frameworks for the digital skills and also for the entrepreneurial skills. So these are frameworks that give a common basis for educators and policymakers to develop or to, let's say, address the green transition. I'm not going into the details, don't worry. Just to say that there are 4 areas, 12 competencies altogether, and each competence has a different level of complexity. To give an example, embracing complexity in embodying sustainability values, we can think, for instance, of a person who is aware of the impact of fast fashion or weekend flights. So how to choose sustainability instead of consumerism. And my last slide, and I think I was timing, it's about what we as the EU agency are doing on skills. So our agency is specialized in human capital development and skills development for employability. We have a network of centers of excellence that have several priorities. One of them is going green. And the initiative under this network is called GRETA, standing for, you can see, Greening Responses for Excellence through Thematic Actions. I have to say it has been a little bit stretched to give tribute to Greta Thunberg. So this is why we have this long acronym. And the idea here is to support centers of vocational excellence to through exchange and peer learning to become more green and also to embrace the green transition. We are also working on mapping policies put in place by the various partner countries we work with for green skills and competencies. And a position paper on the approach to green skills will be ready in the beginning of 2023. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent presentation. اسمحوا لي الآن.
So I'd like to invite Mrs. Angara Latifa from for a Cleaner Technology Center to present her, to make her presentation. So while waiting, so the presentation to be broadcast on the screen. So for the slides to be put up, so Mrs. Latifa will introduce herself. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for attending with us to the third panel. So this is I'm the Assistant Director General of the National Center for Cleaner Production, which is an institution sponsored of the Renewable Energies Ministry. So where business is like for the opening of companies and reducing any pollution sources upstream. So our objective is canceling all pollution upstream, hence the need for clean production. So we were created by Executive Decree 02265, which was amended and completed in 2019. We have added the mission of better work, better information available. The speaker is too fast. Issued from Program for Renewable Energy. So my presentation today will be focused on the levers or how we would be allowed to industrial operators in Algeria to go to the circular economy in the framework of sustainable development. So the presentation will be based on 2 levers. So 2 approaches that our industrial operators could use. So the first one is about the concept for clean production and saving of resources. It's an approach that was developed internationally, that was implemented in Algeria for industrial companies. So is it working?
Quand je vous ai dit que
Like I was saying, my institution has more of a statutory is the implementation of the political policy and environment protection within the industrial environment. Why? Why are we talking about sustainable development? We're talking about sustainable development because we have some factors and some indicators that are involved. So the depletion of fossil resources such as coal and oil and gas, the surging of exchanges, mobility that requires a lot of energy. So population growth, where more 7 billions of humans, and this requires the increase of our needs, the increase of raw materials consumption and food and movement, people's movement, that would be more needs to be met for such population. And all that will cause a situation that's not sustainable, and one needs to imagine other modern solutions to face such situation. So the alternative would be sustainable development. By definition, sustainable development is a development that is oriented, that strives to existing needs, not compromising future need for generations' needs. So it's the social lever, economical and environment levers need to be integrated in in industrial production, manufacturing. So among the levers, the environment, in this lever, we'll find the saving of resources. And what would be clean production? It's a continuous application of an environmental procedure to products and services. Why? It's to improve the efficiency and productivity, improve the possibilities for business, and decrease risks for humans and the environment. Integrating clean production to improve the environment situation and increase the sustainability of our planet. So circular economy, the circular economy is an economical concept that puts forward the production of products while worrying about the environment, and it's an integral part of sustainable development. The concept is inspired by green economy concepts. The circular economy could be summarized in a production circle. Nothing is lost. We're going to work in recycling and recovery of like the waste of a company could be recovered and recycled, or it could be a raw material for other companies. Like I said earlier, the approach, the better adapted or to better adopt for industrial operators to avoid pollution and to work in the framework of the sustainable economy comes with a saving of resources. What is this approach? This approach is a technical assistance specialized to develop new competencies to better manage production processes and integrated process for sustainable development, which contributes to circular economy and economical growth and employment. So it's about analyzing production processes within a company, such as the equipment used, the quantities of resources used, and their waste management. This would allow not only to measure the economic impacts and the environment impact of the production of each companies and assess their losses. So to summarize, this approach would show, so through this, we're going to show companies in a technical and rational way that the management of environment is not costly, but it's economically profitable for the company through the saving of resources for the inputs and the optimization of energy consumption. In the concept of industrial operators, for them, the industry is produce and make money, while the environment is not that worrisome. So environment management is very expensive to system like water treatments to find solutions. Through this approach, we could prove to them that we could protect the environment and even making them make money while protecting the environment and making their company sustainable. So, and this approach uses three tools: diagnosis, it's clean production audit that's carried out within the company. So a cost accounting for the law of those would where accountability is integrated in each step and each cost center. So each material, the cost of which would be calculated with for its input and output, whether it's used entirely or it's not used entirely. So the inputs, what would be the final costs of this product? So the environment management system and the energy management system, we're going to use this system to make energy consumption cost effective. In this approach, you have three major steps. The first one is planning, which 7 sub steps. The first one, the creation of a team, which means we're going to teach the company how to use by training for a team of 4 or 5 people in charge of the environment, the accountant, stock manager, inventory manager, the marketing department, in the concept of eco-designing. So every member would be involved. So the second is a policy. What is a policy? We're going to draft an environment policy that the company manager needs to approve to have this approach reach its objectives. So identifying the total costs of production, pollution. So, and usually the pollution cost is neglected by the company because it's waste management, storage, while there are costs that could be identified and valorized. So an identification of solutions will be done for improvements through the definition of pollution sources. So we're gonna solutions will be brought, and an implementation plan that would be approved, and do a monitoring and control plan. The second step is the implementation of improvement measures and increasing of performance of resources uses, still with the assessing and the follow-up, which is to measure the performance of energy and materials flows. We have implemented this approach on 12 companies in the food industry in Algeria, where the implementation of actions that were proposed could make us save 18 million tons of CO2 and 20 gigawatts of energy, and decrease waste by 900 tons. It's an approach that was proved nationally and then internationally. So the second lever to allow toward a circular sustainable economy is the green entrepreneurship. So green entrepreneurship is currently sees the emerging of companies that are take into social welfare and they're more environment friendly. So the green entrepreneurship is sustainable and could be the solution to solve the environment and social create problems and modify the company's production process. You have two types of entrepreneurship. So you have the green entrepreneurship and the sustainable one. We aim at the sustainable entrepreneurship. What would be the difference? The green entrepreneurship is the protection of the environment, decreasing of the greenhouse gases and the ecological footprint. So while the sustainable one would have the 3 sustainable development levers, socially and environmentally. And the 3 phases of a green project is for the startup conceptualization and the studies that would be the initiation of the green company. So they're legally set up, the products are tested, and the product is established. So they're showing that it's a startup is not going to be developed that after a year. It's we need to ensure sustainability of such startup and the growth and so as it would generate benefits and attract new customers, and development possibilities are concrete while still protecting the environment. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup pour cette excellente présentation.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. And without further ado, I would like to introduce Mr. Sheikhi Mourad, who is the Director of Autonomous Renewable Energies at the Ministry of the Environment. Mr. Sheikhi, you have the floor. Can you share his presentation on the screen, please? Peace be upon you. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Jamoui. I will seize this opportunity to thank the organizer of this workshop. Good morning, everyone. Regarding the question that has been that I will talk about, I picked this presentation as the keys of success in the energy transition in Algeria. So the energy transition is here to meet two needs, or to answer two issues. The first one regards climate change and global warming due to human activity, which leads to an increase in greenhouse emissions and the negative impacts on the environment. And the second issue is to answer to meet the objectives of sustainable development through two modes of production, production and consumption, which will be more sustainable. So a strategy in this regard, a development strategy, or the implementation of this energy transition that has been adopted by the Ministry of the Environment and Renewable Energy. And by consequence, the Algerian government is built upon four pillars. The first one is the development, large development of renewable energies. We have solar, air, and we have other sources such as waste and geothermal energy, and etc. The second pillar is promoting energy efficiency, and the third pillar is to promote circular economy, to exit this linear system of the economy, which leads to a lot of waste in raw material and pollution, and move towards a circular economy where nothing is lost, everything is recovered and transformed. And we have another pillar, which is awareness raising and communication, meaning to raise awareness among all categories of the society.
Le milieu éducatif, la société civile.
The civil society, etc., on the importance of this energy transition. So this energy transition necessitates in its implementation a certain number of questions to answer, to raise and answer, and through these answers we will trace the path towards energy transition in Algeria. So among these questions, how to move towards energy efficiency, what trajectory and what type of scenarios we have to adopt, what choice in terms of renewable energies, which one is more adapted to Algeria, new technologies, and which technology is more adapted to Algeria, which cost and benefits and financing for this energy transition, and with which tools, which governance, and which role the government and collectivities will play. And answering these questions which we are working on. So the principles have been illustrated in the Algerian energy model that we are in the process of defining. In order to succeed in this energy transition, the Ministry of the Environment and Renewable Energies has defined a certain number of objectives which are clear, which aim at reducing greenhouse emissions. And as you may be aware, Algeria has made a commitment of a decrease with 7% with its own means, and more than 20% if it receives international aid. In order to meet this objective, a set of measures have been adopted, such as reducing the consumption of fuel and energy with a rate of 10% by 2030, and improve the percentage of renewable energy in the energy mix by 30%. To reach 30%, as well as diversifying the production of electricity, and to move away from natural gas and to reduce the quantity of wastes to 0.5 kilograms per person, as well as more valorizing the energy generated from waste. So all of these measures will be integrated in the law on the energy transition, which was among the points adopted by the Algerian government. I believe that there's another presentation that I have sent where I cite the main projects that we will begin in the year 2023 on the short term, 2023-2025. I don't know whether I'm missing some slides or the other presentation is available. Could you please give me a second to check? I thought it was on the computer. Can you check, please? We'll give you a set of examples on these projects on the short term, meaning 2023-25, when we are based on agriculture, when we were following the directives of the President of the Republic. We like to focus on agriculture, especially in the Sahara, in the desert region. Unfortunately, we have land and we have water, but we do not have energy. So the Ministry of the Environment and Renewable Energies, we have introduced two main objectives and defined 2 or 3 strategic guidance. So the first one is to accelerate the dissemination of a renewable, sustainable, cost-effective energy, especially in agricultural lands that are far from the power grid, as well as sustainable solutions. The second objective is to decarbonize the agriculture sector and to make it a contributor in the process. So we are using a lot of electricity generators which consume a lot of diesel and emit large amounts of CO2. So regarding guidance, we have identified 2 programs. The first one regards the 400,000 hectares which have been identified with the help of the Ministry of Agriculture and Sustainable and Rural Development. So these are agriculture exploitation that use the electricity generators to produce electricity, and we have land who are not yet active because of a lack of power. So this program regards 2023-2025. It has been identified. We have identified the lands and the activities. The second program, 2025-2030, with a global objective to reach 2 million hectares. And to this effect, we are working in close collaboration with the Office of Development of Agriculture and Industrial Development in the desert region, which is tasked with developing these So the second sector where we have identified the needs, where we will begin projects in 2023, which is with the local collectivities through electrifying the isolated households, maybe by individual kits with energy storage to ensure autonomy. And the second means is through mini grids destined to inhabited small areas by using electric generators to ensure the supply of energy. We integrated as well smart systems, and the second project, which will be launched in 2023, Allah willing, which is smart public lighting with a smart management of energy. And to promote as well circular economy, I will talk about the valorizing energy valorization of waste and trash. So in order to produce electricity, heat and biofuel. So through incineration, in order to produce biocarbons, as well as exploiting geothermal energy. So Algeria has a great potential in this field with 282 thermal sources with temperatures that may reach more than 80 degrees Celsius. So we are aware that 60 to 70% of our energy is geared towards cold and heat generation. So on the surface, we have sites that may reach 100 degrees and with a radius of 4 to 5 degrees, and so we can reach 120 degrees in order to produce electricity, which is not currently viable, but it remains a potential. For the development of hydrogen, we are working in implementing a technical framework and the infrastructure in order to, so first, been identified. So we are working towards producing renewable energy in order to produce green hydrogen, as well as being interested with the use of electric vehicles, energy storage, in order to ensure, as I said, storage and the pertinence or the sustainability of the renewable energy generated, which is a little bit intermittent. Regarding the carbon market, we give great importance to this market. We are preparing a digital infrastructure in order to integrate the international markets of carbon. Other opportunities regarding R&D, but also especially in the industrial field. So we are developing and encouraging startups, innovative technologies, especially inside the localities. So this illustration you can see, I try to group the challenges and in order to find solutions, what has been done in order to find solutions. The first challenge is innovation, and despite certain efforts, Algeria is still lagging behind. But however, we remain as I said, lagging in the use of new technologies, renewable technology, energies, circular economy, etc. And in order to overcome this challenge, we are trying to strengthen cooperation, such as the framework that gathered us here in this meeting. So promoting cooperation in these fields. The second challenge is productivity, the relative weakness of productivity in sustainable solutions and green economy in Algeria, because it's a challenge, because it has a negative impact on Algerian companies, and what we are targeting is to enact a series of regulatory reforms, such as the investment law, where we define these type of projects, such as renewable energies, the partnership between private and public sectors, and the law that defines as well the tenders. Yeah, we have as well the finance law of 2023, which will finance several projects, especially in consumption, as well as the public procurement code, in order to have a better look. And the next challenge is to achieve energy efficiency in 2016. Why 2016? Because it's the latest date when we connected the latest plant to the grid. The challenge will be the energy models, how we are working to define all the sources that we can generate by 2030, 2040, and 2050, as well as financing infrastructure and access to property. So a lack of incentives and support of the government to green projects, which is hindering investment, public and private. So what we are doing here, the public projects and private projects will adopt new modes, innovative models of investments. And there will be a necessity to activate the lever of private projects, be it industrial, commercial, and which will favorize access to land, as well as access to energy. And the green economy is a solution to face these challenges. So this is a very important topic in order to accelerate this relaunch of green economy and circular economy in Algeria. Thank you very much, Mr. Sheikhi. I thank the presenter for his insightful presentation. And before I open the floor for questions.
So I'd like the presenters and the panelists for their I'd like to thank them for their excellent presentation, but I'd like to thank the participants who were patient, who have been patient since this morning and remain patient till the end of today's and the proceedings of this workshop. So to refresh your memories, I'd like to take some ideas, concepts that were presented. I'd like to start with the presentation of Mr. Sergio about some of the items that he knew how to introduce, but mainly talking about the role of the academia and research at the same time. He also suggested an approach for the development, or how to become a development agency. It is a component that is extremely important, and about all this field linking academia, research, and actors involved, whether they are governmental or not. He also proposed the keys to success, among which are working on innovation, regulation, and policies at the same time, and not segregating them, but also to invite all the involved actors, whether they're governmental or not, from the academia or not, to work in collaboration and in consultation, and to network to that end. So Mrs. Sabina Marie, for her part, made a presentation that at least called upon 2-3 components that are learning and better understanding green skills is something that is extremely useful and important, whether for employment or organization, or for labor organization or not. So Mrs. Sabina also talked about or gave examples on the green skills, going from installers of wind plants to managers, to waste managers, and everyone knows that waste management and the problems related there too. She also spoke about the need that there be supporting activities that would explain or introducing green skills as being supporting to the environment and the economy, and it's important to consider in such framework. Ms. Unger presented an approach that was extremely important, the PPER, the approach, clean production and saving of resources, and gave all the steps included on how to benefit from such experience and learn lessons and maybe exchange good practices in this framework in the Mediterranean context. So Mr. Sheikhi made a presentation and introduced most of the components that would be formally adopted by the Algerian government to ensure an energy transition from fossil fuels to renewable energies, especially in terms of energy efficiency, suggesting measures that are already adopted, that have been adopted, that are part of the law on energy transition, and a plan for renewable energies, and some projects and opportunities that he knew how to present well along his presentation. So without further ado, and I hope that we will be not behind the schedules because we're reaching 4 p.m. So thank you for your patience, and I will give the floor to any person who would like to ask a question. Please make your question short, in the sense that you need to be accurate in your and have the floor very quickly. Please introduce yourself quickly and ask your question. So this is Mr. Bumbuali, and I am sub-manager in charge of cooperation programs within the Ministry of Industry. And I listened carefully all the panels, all the presentations, and I thank you for your efforts as well as the organizers. But one thing, maybe it's personal, it's a personal opinion that seeing what we should do, and we haven't seen what we have done and what we should do next. That's my intervention would be about that. So within the Ministry of Industry, since the adoption of the law on the development of SMEs, we were rather clear, starting from section 3, that on the field there are economical operators, and they need to be part of the process of development process of the country. And we asked the economic operators to organize themselves as professional associations and professional organizations. We created 6 clusters, and the cluster being here is the green energy. Please, Miss, please, she's the representative of the green energy cluster, and they're here to debate on issues to develop the national economy. So that's for that part. But for the results presented, these are results that we could see on accompanying 12 companies. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So and it gave so many good results that we wanted to duplicate such experience, and we duplicated it once in the GES program just to develop the SMEs so they become more competitive and more sustainable. And we have one of the 4 components is to lead actions in the terms of energy resource efficiency. And in that sense, one needs to learn or relearn consumption modes and clean production modes and the efficiency of resources and sustainable. And today we have accompanied through this program 70 SMEs in 3 different sectors just to implement a methodology for resource efficiency, and it gave very good results as these companies want to relive some experience as they decrease their costs, production costs, and they became more competitive. So there's a second program that's ongoing of the GIZ on circular economy that should be initiated in January 2023, and the third program for in which I'll be the national program manager around 4 components. The second component being involving 600 SMEs to accompany them into awareness raising and implement the methodology, the test methodology on 250 SMEs, so they become more competitive and more sustainable. So the intervention in all this diagram you have, so this ecosystem for development of SMEs involving the former consultation, former council, that has become, so there's no one decision of the state that is not taken without the including this cross. And but so by brand, so we're gonna review this value chain to develop these activities. So I'm gonna stop here, not to have a monopoly over the floor. So thank you for having stopped, especially because I hope the interpreters and the possibilities to interpret what you were kindly shared with us, whether in English and in Arabic, and I hope it's beneficial and in the framework of this know-how, sharing know-how and sharing good practices, that's wanted, and that is at the core of this workshop. So do we have any questions for our dear panelists? Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead. Brother from Palestine, if I'm not mistaken. Good afternoon, everyone. Malik from Palestine.
Direct question. It's about the de-risking factors when it comes to investments in the green economy. This is one of the things that green businesses are suffering from. The de-risking factors when we invest, and who are the investors? Are they the private sectors, donors, loan agencies like IFC, for example? The de-risking when it comes to borrowers' rights, also the one who is giving the loans when it comes to, for example, sustainable energy solutions. The other aspects when it comes to the sustainable energy solutions, taking the account, for example, the case of Palestine, which is also similar to Algeria, Jordan, other also Mediterranean countries. We are talking about sustainable solutions of electricity away from fossil fuel solutions, such as solar energy. Are that really sustainable in terms of feasibility and reflection on socially, like social return on investment, as well as return on GDP? Thank you.
Thank you so much for this excellent question. تفضل.
Yes, go ahead, sir. You have the microphone. Peace be upon you. Professor Munir Access, the Deputy Director of Higher Education in Batna, Algeria. I thank the organizers of this workshop, IPM, UfM, GIZ, the Ministry of Industry, and everyone involved. Thank you very much. My question is a direct one, as you have said, Mr. Jmoui. As you know, green economy is closely linked to the energy transition and sustainable development. My question is how feasible, or what's the time frame, for instance, in Algeria, 2030? Why do I ask this question? Because this represents a challenge for the economies of developing countries, as you are aware. What do you expect? What are your expectations if these commitments were not met in 2030? As you may be aware, these developing economies require, what do they require? Financing. So what are the challenges that you perceive? I would to know from the heart scenarios of success and failure in order to learn this interactivity. This is what I want to see in this panel, from this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Arsas. I won't be able to give you the floor. There are others. No problem. After the meeting, you will have the opportunity to discuss it, debate it amongst yourselves. If there are any further requests for the floor.
Request for the floor. I will turn to the panelists and invite them to react. You heard the questions, and let me first give the floor to Ms. Nari, if she wants to react to any of the questions or to add something or to comment on what.
Absolutely. Well, I refer to the question and of course, I mean, I'm not an economist, so I will not be able to be very technical in my answer, but something that I did not present was indeed the conjunctions. I think we already spoke about this morning about the fact that the green transition passes through a series of conditions, and these are economic conditions and social conditions. The two together are very much linked because, of course, you cannot propose an economic plan for the green transition which doesn't take into consideration important social conditions, which can be, for instance, the level of poverty or other factors. So one area that is taken very much into consideration is part of the green skills, and is the capacity of carrying out feasibility studies to, for instance, move to solar system or aeolic system. And this is in the making. This is in the making. So at least from the point of view of competencies and labor market, there is no answer. Of course, there will be risks. I mean, I'm talking about skills. I'm talking about my field. But of course, I leave other colleagues to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sabina. I just want to add one or two issues on the de-risking. The de-risking is something that is used just to slow down or as a barrier not to access to any available funding or finance. It's the same that is used on the financial instruments that are used, starting from the grant to the loan, equity, and others. But in the de-risking, what means they are just adding a layer of the steps to access to some funding. For example, you were able to access directly to a source of funding through de-risking conditions. You need to go through another channel, and before accessing directly, you need to have a kind of institutional guarantee that your project, your activity, or what you want to ask for funding for, first, it's bankable. Then, second, it doesn't have risks, be it human risk, corruption risk, or any other kind of risk. But this mainly is a kind of additional layer, additional barrier to access funding or to slow down access for funding. You know that the contributors and those that are providing finance or mobilizing finance are just taking care of the money, where their money is going, and how the money they are providing is spent. And they are very careful about that. But in addition to that, they are using another means, another ways. And those other means and other ways say that to slow down your access to finance, which means they are not obliged to contribute, for example, periodically. It means that this year they provide 100 million. It means if they slow down, this 100 million can just occupy you and just making you just busy trying to de-risk your project or your request, and it may just last enough fund for 2 years or 3 years. They are not obliged to respend or to recontribute with other funding. تفضل سي شيخي.
Mr. Sheikhi, you have the floor. Thank you. Just in answer to Professor Access, which I agreed regarding scenarios, as everyone is aware, each state has a particular the national contribution determined. Each state has objectives, has instruments to reach, tools and mechanisms to reach these objectives. Before I talk about Algeria, I will talk generally. Every country, even developed one, have defined that, let's say, by 2050, I will reach carbon neutrality. There are some countries such as China and India, 2060, for instance. However, for now, what we are seeing in the international community, the geopolitical impact plays a key role in these scenarios. These scenarios used to be updated each 2 years, but now the update is more constant. Let's give you an example of the latest crisis, the Ukrainian-Russian war. Germany was working steadily in order to reach net neutrality by 2030, and at worst case scenario 2035, Germany has taken some steps back because it went back to the use of coal, and the minister has signed a decree to reopen 19 plants that work with coal. Let's take a look at other countries such as France that have achieved great progress, decentralizing nuclear, but made in a great problem because the plants, nuclear plants, are old now. It is thinking about 2030 and beyond using other technologies. This is just an example of developed countries. However, the countries that are, the consequences, we see the consequences. The developing countries are the ones who are experiencing the consequences. We've seen lately, be it COP26 or 2070, the developed countries have missed their targets, their promises, injecting $2 billion to developing countries, so they reach their commitments. For instance, for Algeria, even if we are exerting great efforts, if we see just the green dam, and if we see the efforts exerted by the Ministry of Energy Transition by replacing diesel and for vehicles and stuff like that, but we are not yet counting these things. However, the scenarios, going back to the beginning of my answer, we cannot determine them tightly, and we cannot determine the success or failure because there are several variables on the international side. And now I'm going to attempt answering the risks regarding the economic transition It is true that when there's no zero risk in each project, however, an approach of clean production, each solution, proposed solution is the subject of a feasibility study.
And then as financial assessment for the investment and the time to have a return on investments, every proposal for the action plan needs to be approved and validated with the top management of each company. This action plan could be financed on its own funds, or it could be subject of a bank loan that would be discussed with likely risks, because there is zero risk. Everything would be reviewed and studied with a concrete and considering the collateral risks. And thank you very much. So I'd like to thank the panelists for these excellent answers. Thank you to the participants. And before closing, I would like to sincerely thank Mrs. Boussousa for having thought about us and having invited us and given us this opportunity to be among you and to moderate such an important panel. I would like to thank Sisat Sharna for all that he has done, and all the organizers, the technicians, the interpreters, and all those who are present with us. I'd like to thank you, and I think that we have come to an end, and now it's time for the closing session.
We have reached the end of our workshop, and I call upon Mr. Mu'taz to the floor. Microphone, please, to deliver his closing remarks. Peace be upon you. It's not a closing remarks, but we would like to thank you to each and every one of you, the Algerian Republic, for hosting us here in Algeria. This is something great for us and is a testament to the importance Algeria accords to the issue of green economy and the gradual transition towards green, blue, and circular economies. And without forgetting to thank the GIZ for their key role in supporting UfM in organizing this workshop and enabling us to discuss the issue with the experts. Our role is not to tell you how, our role is to gather you in order to debate, to reflect, and come with the best recommendations. We have seen through the three panels, there's awareness of the necessity of transitioning towards green and circular economies to face the challenges that the Mediterranean region is facing, be it at the level of countries, however, or the regions, or the whole region. We are all aware that climate change has an impact, a great impact on us. I'm feeling the heat in December. We need to turn air conditioning in December. Can you believe it? The second topic: how can you take advantage of a green economy to face the challenges regarding jobs and integrating women and youth in sustainable development and developing the social and economic realities. And we have noted that there's an awareness and there's a science, but there's a recommendation that I have noticed through the three panels. We have to work on enabling. When we are talking about enabling and empowerment, in order to transform all these scientific studies into laws and regulations so that they can work to encompass all of this data and this high potential of green and circular economies in order to contribute in changing the way we manage our resources. For instance, we cannot transition tomorrow to green economy and forget everything we have learned and grow up using and what our economies are built upon. But we need to work in a way that to work in a sustainable manner so that we are aware that any change is faced with resistance. So in order to put the or whenever we want to achieve change, there's a resistance, and by the changing regulations and laws, we will reach a win-win situation. So us in UfM, our role here is not to implement in projects, but we promise you that these recommendations will be included in our programs, and be it the sectors that I'm in charge of, the blue economy, water, and etc. So we will try to change to help contribute in changing policies and adopt a whole society approach. Women, youth, private sector, civil society, they need to be involved in this dialogue and to learn from them what are the challenges they were facing when they attempted, for instance, to create an SME in for instance, in alternative energies or sustainable tourism, or and so on and so forth. In another context, there's another very excellent recommendation regarding the role of UfM in regarding CBAM and carbon. We have heard that there's a key role that UfM can play, which is the dialogue in order to reach a consensus that the issue of the South in this agreement will be taken into consideration. All of these returns that the northern countries can be used in investment opportunities for the youth, or supporting sectors that plan to transition towards sustainable and green economy. I have talked with the Secretary General of the Ministry, who is not with us now because of his commitments at the Ministry, but we have said that the UfM, and Said was with us when we were discussing it, we can conduct a workshop on entrepreneurship where we maximize the benefits from the experience of youth, be it in the north side or North Africa or East Mediterranean, where my country is Palestine, meaning an intensive course or a workshop in order to improve the integration of green economy in small and medium economies. This is not a topic for a day or 2 days, but there will be maybe a workshop for 4 days at least. We are ready to study the next steps and finance it but through and GIZ and will help us. We will do what is required from what we have learned from our discussions and debates. I conclude at this point by thanking everyone who participated in the success of this workshop, from interpreters and all technicians. Thank you very much, and thank you for hosting us. I call upon Mr. Zindin Boussousa, the Director of Cooperation at the Ministry of Industry, to deliver his closing remarks. In the name of Allah, after this short meeting from time-wise and rich in the information and the reflections which we consider as an experience worth repeating, and I am glad for hearing what Mr. Mu'taz has expressed, the readiness of the Union to repeat this experience and organize other workshops, maybe in another context. We have exchanged ideas as one team, which is very important because we haven't felt that we are two separate teams negotiating, but we work hand in hand as one team. We exchange ideas with a responsible spirit. We have learned that the threats to the climate threats are not an easy matter. We have learned that these threats do not recognize borders, and they do not have any passport to go from one country to another, which is an incentive for us to prioritize these issues in our public policies. And building upon this, I would like to reiterate to you all, because we have seen our through consultation with our friends in UfM, we deemed it necessary to involve all stakeholders in sustainable development. You can see that in the room are present with us experts from the field and responsibles of sectors, where you have seen students and academics and representatives of civil society who are interested in environmental issues. And I would like to specifically thank Mr. Mu'taz Abadi and Mr. Hussein Sharma, who didn't spare any effort in order to make this workshop a success. And I would like to thank the audience, the participants, experts, foreign and local, university professors, students, representatives from the civil society. And our hope is to meet again on another occasion. And I call on behalf of the Ministry of Industry, the close of this meeting with the hope of meeting you again, and safe trip back home to our guests. Thank you.
ألو. ندعوكم إلى أخذ صورة تذكارية.
Please, we want to take a group picture together.